President
Recording in
Mohammed?
progress.
Here. Trustee Carahero?
Here.
Trustee Schmidt? Present. Trustee Feaster?
Here.
Okay, thank you. So we are at the land acknowledgement statement, and I did want to invite Andrea Pierce to provide the statement. And Trustee Carahero, go ahead if you want to give a statement about.
Thank you. Just want to introduce Andrea Pierce to you. She is the chair and co-founder or founder of the Anishinaabe Caucus of the Michigan Democratic Party. It's the first and only caucus in Michigan that represents the Native American people and the issues that the Anishinaabe face. She's a precinct delegate for Ypsilanti, Michigan, and she's also a staunch advocate to shut down Line 5. Ladies and gentlemen, Andrea.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. So I'll start. We acknowledge that the Ann Arbor Public School District occupies the ancestral, traditional, and contemporary lands of the Anishinaabe, Three Fires Confederacy, the Odawa, Ottawa, Ojibwe, Chippewa, and Potawatomi, Potawatomi. The taking of this land was formalized in a process alien to Native cultures by the Treaty of Detroit in 1807. The Ann Arbor Public Schools recognizes that many other Native people lived on this land at different times, including the Fox, the Sauk, Shawnee, Kickapoo, Miami, Muscatoon, and Cherokee, many of whom were forcibly removed from their homelands. Acknowledgement by itself is a small gesture and does not exist in the past or solely in historical context. Colonialism is a current, ongoing process, and we understand our responsibility in educating students about our participation. We further recognize the ongoing relationship and dependence upon and respect for all living beings of earth, sky, and water. It is our responsibility to care for this land, and we honor with our greatest gratitude the Native people who have and will continue to steward it for generations.
Thank you. So we are at the approval of the agenda. May I have a, well, first of all, are there any changes to the agenda? Trustee Schmidt?
Yes, at our December 20th meeting, the board decided to move the ceasefire resolution to tonight's organizational meeting. Tonight's organizational meeting was also voted on by the board in a public meeting per our bylaws based on the Open Meetings Act. The special meeting that has been proposed on our agenda has not properly followed the legal process according to our bylaws. I motion that we set aside the special meeting portion of the agenda and fulfill our responsibilities of duly electing new officers for 2024 and to proceed to address the ceasefire resolution in board action with the new sitting board officers.
Okay. Anyone second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Trustee Feaster seconds. Any discussion? Go ahead, Trustee Gaynor.
I see this meeting as legitimately called. People are here to hear the discussion, to have public input, and to resolve this issue. I don't see any grounds personally as a trustee, or to be honest, as a parliamentarian, why this should be approved, why we should not have why any change in the agenda or the meeting should happen.
I can respond to that.
Okay, Trustee Schmidt.
I'm not asking that we put aside the whole meeting. I'm asking that we put aside the special meeting portion of this meeting. According to our bylaws, special meetings of the board may be requested by any board member to be considered by the executive committee. That consists of our president, chairs of planning and performance committee. In order to, the notice of the special meeting or of a rescheduled meeting shall specify the date, time, and place of the special meeting or rescheduled regular meeting. Notice shall be given no more than 3 days after the meeting at which the change occurs. There was no meeting when the change occurred. The executive committee did not meet. This does not mean that the committee members can make phone calls to set this up. This must take place in a public meeting, posted at least 18 hours in advance, as the public has full access to the discourse and decision-making of the creation of a special meeting and its agenda items. As far as agenda items listed, our bylaws say items to be considered on the board agenda should have first been reviewed by the appropriate standing committee, which shall make a recommendation to the full board for action. The standing committee in this situation is the executive committee. They did not have a meeting to discuss the agenda items that have been added to our organization meeting. This cannot be done with phone calls between executive committee members. This meeting must be public and posted at least 18 hours before it takes place.
Okay. Trustee Basket?
So thank you, Trustee Schmidt, for bringing this to our attention and to the public's attention. If you will accept a friendly amendment, we do have some contracts that of some very important positions to be filled. If you will accept that, we will add the contracts, the administrative contract for the Assistant of Human Resources and the administrative contract for Assistant Superintendent for the Office of Special Education to the organizational meeting.
I accept that friendly amendment. I think that those are really important contracts we need to get taken care of.
Okay, Trustee Dupree?
I have a question. So if we were to remove the special meeting portion of this meeting, would we still be able to hear the presentations, perhaps move it to the organizational meeting as well? Because what I'm understanding is we have two groups here that are here to present. So we'll be able to move that to the organizational meeting as well, so we can at least still hear those presentations.
You can put that in the place of a friendly amendment, if you'd like, if
Well,
you
yes,
would
I
like
would.
to do that.
I would like to.
And let me just be clear, and maybe, I don't know who has the answer to this, but is it 2 groups or 3 groups?
Oh, you're correct. 3.
Okay. I mean, I'll accept that amendment. I'm not excited about that amendment just because I know one of the groups felt like this was sort of dropped on them at the last minute. In the last couple of days, they've had to hurry up and throw a slide together, and our process has been a little wonky, but I'd accept that. So it would basically look like we have public commentary, we have elections, and then we take care of our business. Our new board for 2024 will carry through with the rest of the business of the meeting.
Trustee Caraharo?
You know, it's an interesting argument. You know, I hear the complaint that the special meeting you believe is against our bylaws, but almost within the same breath, you're willing to adhere to a special meeting that has these one parts of the special meeting, but not the other parts. Isn't that by definition, in and of itself, a special meeting? So to me, you can't say I want some parts of a special meeting, but don't. And I'll take your friendly amendment, but the ones that you guys want to discuss, that's got to be part of a different meeting. The logic for me just doesn't follow. We've posted the agenda publicly. The public is here to both participate and also to listen to the discussion that has been posted. So I don't believe that we should approve this amendment to get rid of our special meeting.
Trustee Basket? Trustee Schmidt and then Trustee Basket. Or no?
No, Trustee Basket can go ahead.
No, I can defer to Trustee
Okay.
Dupree. Or
Okay,
Schmidt.
Trustee Dupree.
So just to clarify, if we were to make these amendments, we'd still be able to hear the presentation, still be able to have discussion, and then we would move forward with the rest of the business of the board. So we wouldn't necessarily be removing the part that allows people to actually hear and discuss what is before us. Is that right?
Correct. The devil's in the details here. It's so easy, when things become chaotic, this is when you depend on your bylaws. And it's too simple to say, well, we published it. You have to refer to the bylaws, and the bylaws say, anybody can say, I want to have a special meeting. Sure, that's great. And it can be the president, it can be me, it can be whoever. But then you have to go through a process to make that happen. And that happens, according to the bylaws, that there's a consultation with the executive board or committee. They have a public meeting that talks about we're going to create a special meeting. And the reason that's important, because had this gone to a special meeting, committee meeting, I guess you could say, to discuss it, is that more people in the community might have known that there was this possibility they too could have had a group tonight present. I know that there's a parent literacy group that might want to be an advisory group, but this came out of the blue. I was not informed. I don't know what other board members weren't informed. When there are committee meetings, we have an ability to find that out, just like the public does. I can call one of my committee members that have had their executive committee and say, so I understand you had a meeting. I understand you covered what. Could you fill me in? There was nothing. It was just we got this agenda filled with all these things. And all I'm saying is what this board agreed to is putting the ceasefire resolution on the organizational meeting. What was posted for the public to know about was this organizational meeting. The special meeting was just done behind closed doors. It goes against our bylaws, which are based on the Michigan Constitution and the Open Meetings Act. This is what the sunshine laws are all about. So we're not going to miss a lot of things from this. It's more, we need to get our public commentary done. We need to get our new officers in place. Then we need to take care of business, starting off the year on 2024, following our bylaws and trying to bring down the level of chaos and get organized.
Okay.
And please don't applaud after I speak. I mean, I don't want to waste time because we have a full night.
Okay. And I just have a question. Sorry, order. So I just have a question. How is it different other than just reorganizing and shuffling the meeting? I mean, it seems like all the agenda items are, with the friendly amendments, are already included here. So how is it different than shuffling the organizational meeting ahead of time and then leaving the ceasefire discussion and all the other discussion at the end? So I just wanted to clarify, because it seems like you approved really all the agenda items. Okay, maybe that's what I was asking. Is it different or not?
Also, Mrs. Zinsky was trying to.
Okay, who was first? Because I think, is it Trustee Gaynor or Trustee Basket?
Ms. Ozinski was trying to explain.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The first item would be, if the organizational meeting is to take place, then the first item is to vote the new officers.
Okay. But so it's different. It's just the same. The agenda items are all the same. It's just the order.
So,
No?
Not necessarily.
Okay, Trustee Basket and then Trustee Gaynor.
I'd like to clarify, because I believe, Trustee Dupree, you were asking for presentations from the groups. I was not supporting a discussion of the groups, which could lead into board action of approving said groups without doing some homework.
Right.
The board is fully aware that I have said on more than one occasion to the board, I think we need to have some conversation regarding these groups, as well as the current groups, some of whom we have never seen at the board table to present. I have suggested that we again do what we have done in the past, meet with the groups, talk about expectations, what they hope to get accomplished with us, and what we can offer them in supporting them. We missed that entirely. Regarding the adding these agenda items, truly, if we had an executive committee meeting with the executive members talking to the rest of the trustees, as has happened in the past, some of us would have said, number one, the organizational meeting is usually short and sweet.
it is.
Number two, I would not put this pressure on these groups with very little notice to present to the board when it is not necessary to do at this particular meeting. In the past, we have approved groups throughout the year. We have not just waited until January, as some of the groups have been advised. So I think, as Trustee Dupree has acknowledged, we have citizens here who were told on short notice that they had to present. I believe Trustee Dupree and the rest of the trustees who agree are being gracious in accepting the fact that we screwed up. So if we had invited these folks in a proper manner, they wouldn't have come out on a cold day to present when, again, it wasn't necessary. But Trustee Dupree has suggested that we have them present, so they're here, so I totally support that. Regarding the contracts, I think it's important to get those contracts approved as soon as possible. Again, if we had an organizational meeting, if we had the executive committee meeting, we could have talked to the superintendent and see it was it a pressing matter that we approve at this particular meeting or not. I think we have these folks in hand, and I don't think it's necessary that we put these contracts, approve these contracts tonight. But again, as a courtesy, knowing that the interim superintendent has been under a lot of pressure trying to get a lot of jobs covered, let's make that happen. So no, so again, going back to my original question, Trustee Dupree, were you asking for the discussion as well as the information? Because I think, given the long agenda, and we have 122 people expected to speak, could we postpone the discussion of the groups and just allow the informational presentations as they were asked to do?
Yeah, I understand that. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, because that was my primary concern, that people actually came out here to present. So it should be allowed to.
Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Gaynor and then Trustee Feaster.
Okay, first of two or three things. First thing, my understanding now is that everything on the agenda will still be in the agenda if the motion passes, except for these two items of board action. New board designated organizations, that we will not act on them, and adopt resolution calling for a bilateral ceasefire in
Negative.
Gaza.
Negative.
That we will not vote
No,
on
that,
Negative.
I
We'll still be voting on
I'm
that
sorry.
I would, Trustee Schmidt, could you clarify that?
Sure. No, I was very clear that I said, as a board, we've already decided this was an organizational meeting, and that
Could you answer my question if C and D would still be on the agenda for tonight?
D would.
5, C and D.
D would. C would not.
C would not. We would not be addressing any votes on new board organizations. D absolutely would be definitely on the meeting, because we voted on that at our last meeting. It would be put
So
into the
we've
organization.
spent 20 minutes
No, no.
to just,
No,
I
no.
know, you, okay, here's my second
The
point.
order
Let
will
me-
be different.
I
Okay,
didn't
go
ask
ahead,
about that.
Trustee Gaynor.
Here's my second point.
Sure.
On one or two times, I've tried to make a statement at the beginning of the meeting, and I was told it was out of order. I had to wait till items from the board. And yet two trustees, or at least Trustee Schmidt, have found a way to circumvent that, to give their opinion on this, and I don't appreciate it.
Okay. Trustee Dupree and then Trustee Schmidt. Or did I call on you yet? Sorry, Trustee Feaster and then Trustee Dupree.
I just had a question for clarity's sake. What order? So the order we're talking about now is organizational, then resolution, or then presentations,
Okay. Public comment comes first.
right?
You would elect your officers.
Organizational. Okay.
We can talk amongst ourselves what we want next. I think the presentations would be nice so that those people can, because it's going to be a long night, they can get their presentations and then one go home.
Okay.
And then we would handle the contracts and then the resolution vote.
Okay.
So I just
Or
want to
in
say,
reverse.
why don't we just stay with what is scheduled and the public already knows what is going? I mean, I'm sure that people want to hear our discussion about the ceasefire resolution and all these
They will still
groups.
hear
Why
it.
are we changing the order on the public? And as far as any of these allegations about violating Opens Meetings Act, I mean, we've heard this before. We followed the same process as we did with other special meetings in the past. The executive committee was fine with making that change. So I just don't understand why we're stuck on process. So my recommendation is just keep it how it is, because the public is expecting this. Trustee Dupree?
So I want to take this opportunity to clarify, a few things. The way in which that Trustee Schmidt is proposing to reorganize the agenda is the way it usually goes. So basically, the way it has went for the past few years that I've been on the board, and before that, you would have public commentary, organizational meeting first, elect your board officers, then from there, whomever is the president at that time will proceed to conduct the meeting. That is the organizational meeting that, it has been. By the Michigan School Code, we have to have this organizational meeting annually in order for us to elect officers, and that is usually how it goes. The way it's organized now is actually different. So not to pick sides, but I do want to clarify that this is not like, out of the blue.
Yeah, and we can do whatever we want as a board. So the order in the past is not specified in any bylaw. So for me, I would say stick to what is planned, because I'm sure that people have planned to be here to hear what is coming up on the agenda, instead of turn it around and having, I understand that's how it was in the past, but I don't think it's fair at this point to switch it on the public.
I'm just clarifying
Trustee, no, I
that this is
appreciate
not
it.
new.
Trustee Carajero and then Trustee Basquet.
Yeah, what I can offer is this is by very definition of our discussion, this is already a special meeting. And to me, I don't see why at item 5C, when we get there, we have parliamentary existing procedures to be able to pause our vote if we would like to, which is what we basically did on the last meeting. So if we feel strongly enough that we're not quite ready to vote based on the presentations after a deliberation of maybe 35, 40 minutes, maybe even longer because of our extended public commentary, I just don't see why you can't introduce a motion at that point and say, listen, I'm not ready to quite vote on this. I would like some more time, which is an argument I've heard from all of you before. I don't see why we have to change the agenda when we can take care of that item when we get to that item.
Okay. Trustee Basquet, I think you were next.
Had the executive committee met based on
Order, please.
our bylaws, we wouldn't be rearranging and we wouldn't have set the public up to expect this meeting. That's the challenge. You posted, you as a
Order.
group, again, this is a meeting of the board in the public, not with the public. We would have been fine, but you plural, decided to skip our processes, and Trustee Schmidt is just trying to bring us back to our bylaws and put us in a proper order. It's a new year. Let's start out doing things correctly. So
Okay. Order, please.
again, Madam President, I'm going to ask that you do what you are supposed to do in terms of engaging with the community, interrupting our meetings and our speaking. So that's what we're trying to do here. So if you had wanted to change the structure of the meeting and the order and everything, that could have been done perfectly fine had you followed our processes, which again would have included talking with the rest of us. Before it was published to the public, before, as you say, the public's expecting this, well, the public should be expecting us to do as we are ordered to do by our bylaws. That's all we are asking. And again, yes, it's been 28 minutes talking about the agenda, but the sooner we vote on this, the better.
So just to,
Okay, Trustee, and wait, just to clarify, I think you all got the agenda on Saturday before it was published to I just want to clarify that. Everyone got that email. Trustee Dupree.
so to clarify, what's being asked is that we do our organizational meeting first, elect our board officers, then proceed with the rest of the meeting and holding off on voting on board organizations until the presentations have been made and we can discuss it at a different time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, any other discussion?
Call for the question.
Okay, Trustee Basquet. Oh, call the question. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Call
Can
to
we just directly
questions.
go to the motion instead of calling the question? If there's no more discussion?
I mean, there's no more discussion. Okay, so,
I'm sorry, I moved to call the question.
okay, call to question.
I'll second that.
Okay, seconded by Trustee Schmidt. Okay, roll call, please.
Trustee Gaynor,
Yes.
Trustee Basquet,
Yes.
Trustee Dupree,
Yes.
President Mohammed,
Yes.
Trustee Carajero,
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt,
Yes.
Trustee Feaster.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, so roll call for Trustee Schmidt. Can you please clarify again what your motion is?
I motion that we set aside the special meeting portion of the agenda and fulfill our responsibilities of duly electing new officers for 2024 and proceed to address the ceasefire resolution and board action with the new sitting board officers. There was a friendly amendment to add that we also include the contractual items. And it's the call of the board. I don't really care if they come before or after the vote for the ceasefire resolution. Somebody has an opinion on that. It could just follow that. And then the presentations we said could come right after the elections so that they can get out of here. Because, yeah. So let me say that order again. Elect officers, listen to the presentations,
And board action.
board action, which would be the contracts, and then we can do the resolution. Does that work?
Okay, Trustee Basket, you had a clarifying question, or?
Yes, and I apologize to Ms. Parks. I just assumed that it would be better to get these contracts approved or not. But if the trustees have an issue of adding those contracts because of length or whatever reason, Ms. Parks, would we be okay in postponing this for another week?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
it would just be, so it
I'm
would
sorry.
just be the ceasefire. So it would just be the organizational meeting.
I'm sorry, we called the
Yeah, I don't
question,
know
so
why we're
this is more
having discussion,
discussion.
so I think we just have to, whatever the friendly amendments that were approved, with no changes. Okay, I don't know, Mrs. Zinsky, did you get
I got
all
it.
of that?
Yes.
Okay, so roll call, please.
Okay. Trustee Gaynor?
No,
Trustee Basket?
Yes.
Trustee Dupree?
Yes.
President Mohammed?
No.
Trustee Caraharo?
No.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes.
Trustee Feaster?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. So we are now, okay, order, please. Order. Order, please. Order, please.
yeah,
Okay, you, order, please. Order, please. Order, please.
we have public commentary now.
Okay, so let's go ahead and do, while Ms. Ozinski, I think you have to change the order of the please. Okay, so we'll go ahead and move forward to, I would like to introduce the non-voting member at the table, Ms. Parks, interim superintendent. Okay, so now we're at public commentary. And I did want to let the public know that we did extend public commentary, even though it doesn't seem like to be a lot. We usually have a limited public commentary to a 30-minute period, but I am going to allow and extend for 1 minute per speaker. So I just wanted you to be aware that it has been extended. And then, let's see. So the board would like to remind everyone that individuals who have signed up for public commentary will have their name called and are given an opportunity to speak or have their comments read by members of our staff. Again, commentaries will receive 1 minute and just for 1 minute per speaker. When your name is called, please come forward and speak at the microphone. To help manage your time, a clock will be placed on the screen in front of you. As noted in policy 1300, speakers should take into account the rules of common courtesy and refrain from making any personal attacks against employees, volunteers, students, parents, community members, and members of the board. Also, please understand the board members do not respond to public commentary, but we will listen carefully and follow up as appropriate. The board values the opinions expressed by all members of the public. I ask that we remain respectful of all speakers and comments tonight to allow every voice to be heard. Please no booing, snapping, hissing, any inappropriate behavior, and try to hold your applause at the end of each comment. Thank you for your cooperation. I don't know what that is, but Ms. Osinski, how many signups do we have tonight?
We do have 122. And I will read 2 names at once. So one comes forward and the next one comes up. First is Deborah Katz, followed by Joy Wolf Ensor.
Time is being spent considering a resolution regarding one very specific geopolitical crisis. Yes, this crisis impacts all of us. However, a resolution adopted by you will not change that. in an effort to refocus the conversation about the resolution before you in a way that speaks to the vast number of world crises that have, are, and will continue to impact our world, you have received an alternative resolution. This resolution calls on our district to address the value of seeking peaceful solutions to problems wherever they may occur, teach about the dignity of all human life, and condemn hate speech of all kinds. It calls on the board to encourage age-appropriate, informed, nuanced, and respectful dialogue about world conflicts wherever they may happen. It further calls on the board to support teachers by providing the necessary tools, development, and resources to facilitate respectful, nuanced, and age-appropriate dialogue. I urge you to consider this alternative, and most importantly, I encourage you to get back to the business of overseeing the specific
Okay,
and
thank
extremely
you.
important
Thank
business
you.
of guiding our district.
Thank you.
I have copies of this resolution.
Okay,
Ms.
thank you.
Osenstein.
Okay, you can just leave it on the chair, Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, from Joy Wolf Ensor. I stand in support of Deb Katz's amendment of the APS ceasefire resolution. It is pedagogically sound revision and a constructive response to a debate that, while well-intentioned, inflamed passions and divisions in our community. This revision honors the values and concerns of our diverse APS community. It recognizes the immense suffering and loss of the current conflict in particular, and of world conflicts more generally. It centers the importance of seeing and hearing our students and their families, especially those who've been personally touched by the conflict. It acknowledges that a school board's geopolitical policy statements have zero impact on the leaders of countries in conflict, and that focusing instead on age-appropriate, culturally sensitive pedagogy and on fostering peaceful conflict resolution will have a measurable and enduring positive impact on the leaders of the future, our children. Please accept this revision so our community can unite, heal, and move forward together the more peaceful future that we all seek. Next, Abby Rosenbaum, followed by Sonia Lewis.
Okay.
You can go ahead.
Okay. So it's interesting that this resolution encourages educators to facilitate informed and respectful dialogue about the conflict, when the 7 trustees on this stage can't even manage that. Who is going to be educating and supporting our staff? Who will deal with the personal bias, misinformation, and heightened emotions that will no doubt arise? Is this really what you want to unleash in our classrooms? The activists pushing for the passage of this resolution have literally sent out toolkits urging people, don't engage with Zionists. That's where the discourse is right now. How are we supposed to have a meaningful dialogue in the face of that kind of dehumanizing rhetoric? You say this resolution is intended to support and uplift marginalized students, but you have Jewish community members in this room telling you that it has the opposite effect on them, that it makes them feel alienated and marginalized. You were elected to represent everybody, not just the loudest voices. Please stop putting your politics ahead of our students.
Thank you. And just a reminder, all signs need to be lowered, please. Yeah,
Sonia
I'm telling,
Lewis.
I'm sorry, I'm telling everyone, please. Go ahead.
Good evening. I oppose the ceasefire resolution. As an elected board that purports to represent the diverse constituents, it is inappropriate for you to take a public stance on this deeply divisive issue. The very act of proposing a resolution about Israel-Gaza, while not commenting on countless other global conflicts, is in itself inflammatory and hurtful. While I hope that we can agree that war exemplifies the worst impulses of humanity, and we mourn the loss of life in global conflicts across the globe, you were not elected to navigate geopolitical affairs. You were elected to oversee the education of our children, a task that deserves your full attention. We live in an age of rampant hatred fueled by a torrent of disinformation. If this board spent half as much energy discussing ways students can learn to discern fact from fiction and master empathy and critical thinking skills, it will have provided a service far more relevant to achieving peace across the globe than it ever will by wordsmithing a statement about a singular global conflict that only serves to further divide our already painfully fractured community. Thank you.
David Lewis, followed by Celia Thomas. David Lewis, followed by Celia Thomas.
Good evening. I would like to make 3 very brief points. First, I'm saddened that this board has extended time and effort in discussing and debating a resolution pertaining to a foreign conflict. As a voter in Ann Arbor, I would like my school board to focus on Ann Arbor Public Schools and the children they are charged with educating. When I vote for board members, I do not take into consideration their stance on foreign affairs. Second, I would like to ask the board, did the board issue a resolution asking for a ceasefire when Ukraine defended itself against Russia, or when the US went after Al-Qaeda? If the board desires to weigh in on international conflicts, they could easily find themselves spending a lot of time talking about foreign affairs rather than education. Third, if the board insists on passing a resolution about the Israeli-Hamas war, any call for a ceasefire must include Hamas releasing every hostage and calling for the Palestinians to turn over every Hamas member to the authorities to face the consequences for their brutal attack on October 7th. Thank you.
Celia Thomas, followed by Laura Pasek. Celia writes, I have been disappointed by some board members whose focus seems to be their own personal priorities and beliefs instead of the real mission of the Ann Arbor Board of Education. This has contributed to a division in our Ann Arbor communities. There has been no other Board of Education in the whole country with a similar resolution. I would like to especially praise your board member Susan Schmidt, who has shown exceptional leadership at the last meeting in focusing on the true mission and goals of the Ann Arbor Board of Education. Here are some excerpts of an alternative resolution proposed by Deb Katz, the Ann Arbor Jewish Federation. It is important for educational institutions to acknowledge global events and their impact on students, staff, and families, especially from affected regions, and engaging in age-appropriate, nuanced, and culturally sensitive learning through the study of real-world problems in an educationally sound practice, and the rise of hate speech, including but not limited to racism, Islamophobia, and anti-Semitism in discourse surrounding world conflicts is contrary to the values of the Ann Arbor School District, etc. Laura Pasek, followed by Leora Rubin. Leora Rubin, followed by Josh Rubin.
Congratulations on making it into the New York Times as one of the first school districts in the nation to attempt to pass such an anti-American, anti-democratic resolution. A resolution which has zero precedence, zero authority, zero productiveness, and only serves to divide our already divided community. As we know, the school board has always ignored and continues to ignore the many other disasters and conflicts around the world. Jews are fighting back against some of the worst and most barbaric terrorism ever seen, and to demand that Jews stop fighting back is a double standard.
Order.
Some people call pointing this out whataboutism, but the correct phrase is double standard. And when a double standard is applied to the one and only Jewish nation on earth, it's called anti-Semitism. Our lived experience is that our Jewish community is hurting badly. If this district doesn't care about the way my family is feeling, then it's time for my family to leave AAPS, and I suspect others will follow.
Thank you.
What a shanda, Jeff.
Madam President.
Thank you.
Madam President, can we ask you to sign next to the speaker?
I'm gonna. So any signs again, please, it has to be at shoulder level.
Oh my God.
I'm just, please, just at shoulder level, please. And then please do not boo. Do not, when a speaker is talking, please be respectful. Okay, go ahead. Just for all, please, so we can move forward.
Josh Rubin, followed by Wasim Astwani.
Hello. Sorry for I'm a little under the weather and I got my eyes dilated, but I would just echo what others have said. It's really unfortunate that we're spending our time. We've been in Ann Arbor for 18 years, found this place to be our home, a lovely place to live. Our kids have enjoyed Ann Arbor Public Schools so far, but there's no way we can keep them in Ann Arbor Public Schools like this. It's really upsetting. So we're looking to move. We're looking to take our kids out of school. It's a tragedy. I never thought it would happen, but we feel marginalized. We feel scared. And I feel for everybody in the audience. I honestly do. This is a horrible world event. There's no question about it. But to bring it into our schools and divide our community like this is really, really sad. Thank you.
Wasim Astwani, followed by Shep Proudfoot. Wasim Astwani. Shep Proudfoot. Okay, Wasim Astwani writes, ceasefire resolution. More than 100 days since the start of a genocide war. More than 10,000 innocent children have been killed. More than 100 innocent journalists have been murdered. We need AAPS to teach our kids about the true history of this conflict and show them that we stand with humanity for all and not only a selective one. Shep Proudfoot writes, I am writing as a member of the Ojibwa Nation, native to the lands of current-day Ann Arbor, with children who have been educated in AAPS decades ago. The irony of seeing 7 privileged colonizers on the school board, none of whom are native to this land, hijack the public school system is truly tragic. No resolution has ever been passed to recognize that Huron High School is built atop the exact land of my forefathers. I would like it back. My humanity is real. The Three Fires Confederacy of Nations will be organizing petitions and resolutions to demand that AAPS give us back our land that your schools sit atop. We have been hurting. We want AAPS to cease occupying our land with your administrative buildings. If you do not comply, it will show you for the double standard applying colonizers that you are. Jennifer Jean, followed by Tansneem Madani. Jennifer Jean writes, I write to share concerns about the Gaza ceasefire resolution you are considering. Simply put, this resolution stokes anti-Semitism. This may not have been the original intention, but that is the impact. There is a reason why it is being applauded by local anti-Semitic activists and Holocaust deniers. This resolution, if passed, will drive up tensions in our community while driving down enrollments in our schools. Jewish families will see this as a signal that they are not welcome in AAPS. The district is already struggling with an enrollment decline, which is hurting its financial health. Please do not take steps that will make matters worse and will work against diversity and inclusion. Given the feedback you have received on this resolution, including many unintended harms, I hope you will reconsider it. Thank you. Next is Tansneem Madani.
Just make do. Okay. Can you hear me? All right. I'm a student teacher at Ann Arbor Public Schools and a student at U of M School of Education. We find ourselves in the midst of a socio-political moment where academic freedom is under threat, first on our college campuses and now in Ann Arbor Public Schools. And as some of us contend that this resolution is divisive, that teachers aren't equipped to be facilitating these kinds of conversations, that passing a resolution of this nature won't have an impact on the Middle East, our students are watching us. They're watching us as our misdirected fears detract from what's really at stake in our school community. We've seen a sharp increase in anti-Palestinian racism in our schools and even on the school board. Our students deserve to be equipped with tools to navigate complex issues that have an immediate impact on them. And it is my responsibility, particularly as an English teacher, to help students develop the skills to engage in informed, empathetic dialogue in safe spaces. Members of this board have expressed their commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, but without putting that commitment to action, these promises ring hollow. If we don't hold ourselves accountable, then we failed our most marginalized and vulnerable students.
Donovan Shane, followed by Rima Husana. Donovan Shane. Trustees, in the eyes of many, the ceasefire in Gaza resolution is offensive and anti-Semitic. It is a slap in the face to Jewish students, staff, and teachers. It is also ratcheting up the tensions on this board. If this resolution passes, how many teachers will we lose because of it? How many families will decide APS is not for them? And what superintendent will want to work in a district marked by so much drama and dysfunction? Rima Husane, followed by Daniel Sorkin.
I am a Palestinian and Muslim who has lived here for over 22 years. I urge you to pass the resolution. Schools are where facts matter. Claiming the war on Gaza and the larger conflict is too global, too complex, or intractable jettisons responsibility to teach and learn with rigor and accuracy, hard facts and history. It also reflects a paralyzed apathy and a dummying down of intellect and morals. To refuse the spirit and promise of the resolution represents an existential threat to democracy and to DI in our AAPS community. Despite its commitment to healing and truth-seeking for all of us, the resolution has struck fear and animus in the hearts of some community members. I argue they have lost the way. Follow our beacon in the wilderness, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who fearlessly and unequivocally denounced obfuscation and justification of violence, war, and militarism. Pass this resolution, and thank you.
Daniel Sorkin, followed by Eileen Freed.
Children. This resolution does not help advance the quality of life of one single child in this district. In fact, the only children this resolution helps are the 3 adults on this school board who have been behaving like children throughout this entire process. To the 3 children on this board who are avoiding their mission's responsibilities and acting oppositional to code of conduct protocols, and who can only see their egocentric self-interest at every turn, you 3 should take the glamorous attention and political capital that you think you've gained through this charade, leave the board, and go run for whatever other civic political office you fantasize yourself king or queen of. And let us bring in professional adults to serve on this board who are truly dedicated to orderly governance and improving education for all of our children. Thank you.
Eileen Freed, followed by Elizabeth Scaffey. Eileen Freed.
The October 7th terror attack by Hamas was and continues to be a terrible tragedy. Israel's response in Gaza has created an ongoing humanitarian tragedy for Palestinian families. The trauma and ramifications of these crises will be felt for years and decades to come. Unfortunately, some people have used this crisis to sow division in our community by calling on local governmental bodies to take positions on geopolitical affairs over which they have no authority, which will have no effect on foreign policy, and which will only impact in the local community by further dividing it. Bringing this proposal to the school board has created a political circus and wasted valuable district resources. Opposition to this resolution is not an indication of one's position on a ceasefire, for it or against it. It's simply about standing up for good governance and the need for the school board to focus on the crucial issues facing our schools and over which it actually has control. Thank you.
Elizabeth Scaffey, followed by Sukwa Madik. Elizabeth writes, as a graduate of Ann Arbor Public Schools, I am appalled at the gross misuse of time and resources that the Ann Arbor Public Schools Board of Education is putting toward the resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. Expressing an opinion regarding a war that is not being fought on U.S. soil and which is not causing physical harm to students currently attending Ann Arbor schools may be a personal priority for members of this board, but it should not be an institutional priority. While your intent may be to establish learning environments that are physically, socially, and emotionally safe for all students, and to cultivating a climate in our schools and community that is welcoming and inclusive for all people. Moving forward with such a resolution will do no such thing for the Jewish students within your schools, nor will it create such an environment for any student, race, nationality, and religion aside, who happens to disagree with the presumptions contained within this resolution. Furthermore, given the fact that this resolution conveniently overlooks the possibility that the opposing view may hold validity, it certainly will not facilitate informed and respectful dialogue about the conflict. Next, from Sukwa Madik. It is with great glory that I write to thank you for taking up the cause of the Palestinian suffering above all the other suffering in the world. Thankfully, the brave warriors who resisted by attacking on October 7th have the local school board here in Michigan to support their cause and show solidarity with the resistance warriors. This will help take the pressure off them to surrender and stay safe in the tunnels under Gaza so that they may resist again in the future. We hope the next resolution can focus on importing the curriculum used by UNWRA and other educators from Gaza. The APS must work with UNWRA to import their textbooks here. My dream is that this is the first of many resolutions in changing Ann Arbor schools to be more aligned with education in Palestine so that all American students can learn what they learn in Palestine. Barry Dunites, followed by Noor El-Shaki. Barry writes, a call for a ceasefire must,
The call for ceasefire also calls for a remove of Hamas from position of power. I expect board members to use their influence in the community to remove Hamas agenda from our conversation. I also expect board members to protect the rights of all minority groups that are threatened by such pro-Hamas rhetoric. I have contacted board members who voiced concerns for the needs of the Palestinian students. Dr. Rima Mohammed, your leadership comes with responsibility. Please use your platform to educate and remove hateful, biased agenda from our community. Encourage a mutually respectful behavior. As an educator, make it a teachable moment. Mr. Quirrell, an advocate of DEI minority rights, are you defending the rights and safety of Jewish students? Are you aware of the hostility and threatening motions during the last board meetings? Some of the rhetoric that is used also in these presentations. Mr. Rayner, we had an email exchange. You were vocal against Israeli responses.
Order, please. Okay, thank you. And please, we need order. And if you are coming to speak, try not to go, if you can, just walk across instead of going into the front. So just walk across. Okay, go ahead.
Noor El-Shika, followed by Edward Traeger.
I am a 2021 AAPS alumni, and I'm speaking in favor of the resolution. I received an excellent education at Ann Arbor Public Schools, and I learned about what it means to live in a democracy, and what it means to be civically engaged, and what it means to use my voice to fight against injustice everywhere. Today, I'm here to put all that your schools taught me into action. I'm here to demand that we all agree to a resolution to end the occupation, because as I learned in school, the political isn't just international politics. It starts with the local, with you and me, with our teachers, our staff, our students. Our nation is not treating Palestinians as equal. Our government, our media, even our schools treat their lives as disposable, their deaths as unremarkable. We must take everything we have learned and we must refuse this violent silence. We must dare to speak and insist that our democracy hear our cries for justice, our cries for freedom, our cries for an end to an occupation. As a citizen of this country and as members of the community, I call on all of us to dismantle these entangled forms of harm and to call for a ceasefire and an end to the occupation now. The school board to the city council, from the Michigan legislature to the Congress to the UN, ceasefire now, end the occupation now.
Edward Traeger, followed by Margaret Schreiber. Edward Traeger.
Good evening. On April 4th, 1967, Dr. Martin Luther King spoke out against the Vietnam War. His words ring as true today as if he had centered his speech on the genocide now occurring in Gaza. He said, beyond the calling of race or nation or creed is this vocation of sonship and brotherhood. And because I believe the Father is deeply concerned, especially for his suffering and helpless and outcast children, I come tonight to speak to them. This I believe to be the privilege and the burden of all of us who deem ourselves bound by allegiances and loyalties which are broader and deeper than nationalism. We are called to speak for the weak, for the voiceless, for victims of our nation, and for those it calls enemies. For no document from human hands can make these humans any less our brothers. We must speak out. Our schools are the forum where we educate our children about truth, justice, freedom, and peace. I encourage all of you to look into your hearts and pass this excellent and nonpartisan ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Margaret Schreiber, followed by Suleiman Uladag. Margaret writes, the local school board needs to address issues related to Ann Arbor education, such as hiring an excellent superintendent of schools. The local school board does not need to get involved in geopolitics, period. If the school board chooses to get involved in pronouncements on world issues, where is the line? How many issues are there for the school board to focus on that will take away from the work that needs to be done? Work related to education here in Ann Arbor. Next is Suleiman Uladag, followed by Richard Stoller Schulk.
Dear esteemed trustees, I am an Ann Arbor resident and an AAPS parent, still wondering what AAPS did for the Tapan incident where a Muslim middle schooler was called a terrorist. While the community is still waiting for concrete steps to rectify this, in line with the maxim, an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure, the adoption of the ceasefire resolution will send a strong signal of prevention, and any and all hate speech will not be tolerated. As MLK puts it, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. I see no difference between taking a stance now in favor of adopting the resolution and supporting the Black Lives Matter movement. The same way later generations had to apologize for crimes against the indigenous people and African Americans, brutal treatment and genocide of lesser people during colonialism, today's event will inevitably lead to similar confessions and apologies later. Please consult your conscience. Do not let any argument prevent you from reaching the true voice of your conscience. Conscience never lies.
Richard Stoller Schulk, followed by Fatima Maki. Richard Stoller Schulk writes, I am a retired political science professor and a Jewish resident of Ann Arbor for 27 years. I have visited Israel, Palestine, and have many Jewish, Palestinian, and Arab American friends, former students, and colleagues who have been experiencing pain, grief, and insecurity over the last few months. I know the path to a just and lasting peace in the region is long and complicated, and there are many people of good who have divergent and passionately held beliefs about how to get there. But surely we can all support alleviating human suffering as soon as possible and halting the cycle of violence that prevents people in the Middle East and in Ann Arbor from engaging in dialogue with each other as fellow human beings. Of course, the APS board is not going to bring an end to the conflict in a region with a resolution tonight. But there is a saying in the Mishnah, the collected wisdom of the rabbis over the centuries, you are not obligated to complete the work, but neither are you free to abandon it. Some may ask, why should this be the concern of a school board? Next is from Fatima Maki.
Good evening, trustees and community members. More kids have been killed in Gaza than all of kids in AAPS. In the time we spend in attendance of this meeting, about 2 classrooms of children will have been killed and 3 to 4 children will have had limbs amputated without anesthesia or pain medications. UNICEF and UN have stated that Israel's bombing of Gaza is a war on children. Our kids are seeing their counterparts fleeing for their lives, displaced scavengers for food, fearful that a bomb will drop on them. How can anyone with one drop of humanity want our children to witness us be silent about this? We teach our kids the phrase never again, so crimes against humanity are not repeated. But if we don't apply this phrase for all people, then what are we teaching our kids? Fairness and inclusion should be consistently applied. Our children are watching, and we will be judged by what we do now. Becky Pringle, the president of the National Education Association, and Randy Weingarten, the president of the American Federation of Teachers, have both called for a ceasefire in these nations' national
Thank
teacher
you.
unions with presidents over
Thank
4
you.
million educator working.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Akshita Verma, followed by Adam Linkner. Akshita Verma, followed by Adam Linkner. Adam Linkner. Oh. Akshita Verma.
My name is Akshita Verma, and I'm a 29-year-old law student who went to Ann Arbor Public School. I'm here to urge you to support a ceasefire resolution. I've heard from some board members that this board is not a political entity and the ceasefire resolution is too political. I strongly disagree. You use our tax dollars every day to make political decisions on how to educate our youth. When I went here, you made the political decision to teach me that Martin Luther King gave a speech and then racism disappeared, instead of teaching me that he was a socialist who believed we should end all military funding to foreign governments who commit human rights abuses, like Israel. This body is clearly political. However, this ceasefire resolution is not inherently political because it will protect all Jewish, Muslim, and Palestinian students. We know that Palestinian students here are being called terrorists by your administration. Your Jewish students will also face anti-Semitism because your students don't know the difference between Zionism and Judaism. This resolution can help change that. Thank you.
Adam Linkner. Adam Linkner, followed by Rowan Tucker Meyer. Adam Linkner. Okay, Rowan Tucker Meyer writes, I regret that I cannot be in person at my former high school to deliver these comments. Thank you to the trustees that are supporting tonight's ceasefire resolution. It is important that all areas of government and public life stand firmly united against Israel's genocide of the Palestinians. Anything less than that is cowardly and shameful. People are complaining about the school board getting involved in international issues, but for some reason I don't hear those same folks complain about the fact that our tax dollars fund genocide. That sort of involvement in international issues is apparently okay. I would just like to address one issue I have with the resolution, as it claims that a ceasefire can lead to a permanent peace. History teaches us that there can never be peace under apartheid or colonialism. Peace will only come from a single democratic, multiracial state of Palestine. Trustee Basket, resign. Thank you. Joanna Spencer Siegel, followed by Rachel Levy. Joanna Spencer Siegel. I have been dismayed to see the amount of time this board has spent debating a resolution on a ceasefire in Gaza. No doubt there are innumerable global conflicts and policy decisions on which the members of this board have strong opinions. This is not the place for those debates. A resolution by the APS calling for a ceasefire in Gaza will have absolutely no effect on U.S. or world policy, but will serve to further divide our community. Meanwhile, district test scores have not recovered from the pandemic, enrollment continues to decline, child care is inadequate, and we need a new superintendent. It is fine to remind the community of the APS policies and culture of the intolerance toward hate. Then please get back to doing what we elected you to do, overseeing our local public school district. Rachel Levy writes, I implore you to permanently table the resolution related to the ceasefire in Gaza. I urge you to return to the primary business of the board, supporting APS students and staff, recruiting a permanent superintendent, ensuring full access to critically needed special ed services throughout the district, and recommitting to APS's long-standing commitments to inclusive education. Please focus on the board's stated goal to promote a culture of trust, collaboration, and growth. Thank you for your undivided attention to our students. Alyssa Tushman, followed by Basit Zafar. Alyssa Tushman writes, enough hate, disinformation, and opinion already exists in this room. In fact, I find it appalling that such a vote even exists today. I merely want to say that it is my sincere hope that more civil discourse can prevail instead of the dissemination of hate and divisive resolutions which accomplish absolutely nothing other than further divide and create more animosity in a world filled with murderous wars, genocidal conflicts. Why not bring an Arab and Israeli together to discuss facts instead of the TikTok generation leading the charge? Who's brave enough to actually debate facts and learn history? Brave enough to admit you don't even know everything and learn? I know the older I get, the more I realize I know very little. There's no compassion in division, disinformation. Bassett Zafar, followed by Justin Yuan.
Hi. As an educator myself, I believe schools and universities are places where we teach our kids about peace and coexistence and dialogue, and equip them with the knowledge to navigate this world. I was glad that there was a resolution doing exactly that for our kids. Then I heard that there's a petition asking to withdraw it. I went to look and was pained by the several hurtful comments. The idea that a school board speaking in favor for peace and coexistence is threatening, or that it's wrong for a school board to call for peace when there's a war enabled by our tax dollars that is primarily killing school-age kids in Gaza and impacting children here, or the idea that schools should not teach our kids this topic because it is too complicated. When do we ever make that excuse? Is appalling. And frankly, to label the resolution as anti-Semitic is an affront to everyone's intellect in this room. It is really disturbing to know how little value some people in the community attach to others' lives, and how quick they are to put disparaging labels on people who disagree with them. Please pass the resolution.
Thank you very much. Justin Yuan. Justin Yuan, followed by Karthik Janapathy.
First of all, I'd like to thank Rima Mohammed and Ernesto Carrejero for all their work in keeping this resolution alive. My name is Justin Yuen, an Ann Arbor resident and union organizer, and I'm speaking as co-chair of the Huron Valley Democratic Socialists of America. As a socialist, anti-Zionist organization of workers, tenants, and human beings, we urge the board to pass the resolution calling for a ceasefire. From the struggle for freedom in Palestine to the struggle of workers on the shop floor to the struggle of tenants against landlords. It is one struggle, one fight, as you'll often hear us chanting. Now, I know many people have said that this goes beyond the bounds of Ann Arbor and goes beyond the bounds of responsibility of the Ann Arbor School Board. But the reality is that, look, practically speaking, if passing this resolution gives principled representatives like Cori Bush and Rashida Tlaib that much more leverage with which to whip the votes of mushy progressives like Debbie Dingell, I'm all for it. We have a moral responsibility to do everything we can to stop the bloodshed and violence going on in Gaza and Palestine. Thank you.
Karthik Janapathy, followed by Guy Shani. Regarding Karthik Janapathy writes, regarding a ceasefire resolution and speaking in favor of censure of Susan Basquette for her racist acts. Guy Shani writes, as a parent of a middle school student at Tappan, I am deeply concerned by the resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. As elected representatives to the Board of Education, your time should not be spent dealing with a resolution that is clearly political in nature and is outside the scope of your duties and responsibilities. As a parent and taxpayer, I expect you to dedicate your time in this role toward the many pressing issues that do fall under your responsibility. The upheaval this resolution has called is evidence of the cost of placing politics above the well-being of educating our children. I am respectfully asking you to vote no on this resolution so that you can direct your attention back to the needs of our children. Kader Panjari, followed by Billy Shani. Kader Panjari. Billy Shani. Billy writes, as a mother to a middle school student at Tappan, I am distraught by the upheaval and strife in our community caused by a resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. I believe elected representatives to the board should be focused on the well-being and educating of our children rather than promoting their own unrelated political agendas. I'm asking that you stop neglecting these and vote no on this resolution so that it is no longer a distraction from the pressing needs of our children and school system. Place our children before your politics. Ira Anwar, followed by Hashir Ahmed. Ira writes, I write to ask that the APS school board support the ceasefire resolution, take an unequivocal stance against the ongoing genocide in Palestine being carried out by Israel, and condemn anti-Palestinian rhetoric being spewed by their own board members. We are passing yet another moment in history where the world must watch America sponsor the butchering of an indigenous people, robbing their rights and humanity. As the ethnic cleansing of Gaza surpasses 100 days, humanity must yet again confront the question of not just how are we letting this happen, but also why are we letting this happen? As a school board caring for and teaching the next generation in perhaps the most powerful country in the world, it is your sole duty to not only pass this resolution, but teach your students the real history of the world that recognizes the evils of occupation, recognizes the land of Palestine, as well as the humanity of all people. You must create an environment where your students and teachers are not afraid to speak up against the worst genocide of our times. Hashir Ahmed, followed by Ruba Oda. Hashir Ahmed. I am a sophomore at a local high school. I'm here to talk about the personal anti-Palestinian and Islamophobic speech I have faced. To give an example, we spent over a week and a half discussing Latina culture in American history, but for the Middle Eastern and North American MENA unit, we spent 2 very rushed days covering the unit. The purpose of the unit was simply to discuss why there is no MENA identity on the U.S. Census, even though Michigan has the second largest population of MENA-identifying people in the U.S. Seeing that even our state, much less our school, does not recognize MENA people, comes as no surprise to me. A student in my school wrote on her social media, "Anyone who doesn't stand with Israel stands with terrorism." Simply because I don't support Israel's genocidal war, she considers people like me terrorists. When some students tried reporting the student, the administration claimed it was freedom of speech. Every day I have to interact with the same student, all the while pretending that she doesn't consider me a terrorist. Ruba Oda, followed by Molly Rayner.
In an open letter signed by over 1,700 educators in North America, we are reminded why ceasefire resolutions do indeed belong on school board agendas. Here are some excerpts. Schools in Gaza have been bombed. Universities in Gaza have been bombed. UNRWA, whose schools have become shelters across Gaza, recently stated that 142 of their colleagues were killed in Israel's bombings, many of whom were teachers. Spaces of education have become sites of genocide. The bombs being dropped on homes, schools, hospitals in Gaza are often devised within our STEM classrooms and university departments. And words used to distort reality within our media are birthed in the spaces where our students learn to write. As educators, we know silence is complicity. We will not be silent when a genocide is funded by our country and in our names. We condemn Israel's collective punishment of the Palestinian people. We call on our government to stop funding the genocide and instead call for a ceasefire. And we believe education can be a powerful place for this to work.
Thank you. Molly Rayner, followed by Janice Brock. Molly Rayner writes, "Thank you for taking the time to listen. My name is Molly Pershing Rayner. I'm a proud anti-Zionist Jew, an Ann Arbor resident, and an APS alum. Please don't conflate Judaism with Zionism, as so many Jewish community members are calling for a ceasefire. I believe this is definitely a local issue within the jurisdiction of the school board. I am horrified by the Islamophobia students are experiencing in our schools and the anti-Palestinian racism I witnessed from one of your trustees at the last school board meeting. I am devastated by Israel's genocide of the Palestinian people funded by our U.S. tax dollars, the way my people were once ethnically cleansed and murdered. I want to know, what side of history will you be on? What will you tell your grandchildren when they ask, as a school board trustee, what stance you took on the murder of children? I am begging you all to courageously lean into your humanity instead of making decisions out of the fear of being called anti-Semitic. Please follow the lead of Ann Arbor, Ypsilanti, and Detroit city councils and pass the resolution for an immediate ceasefire." Janice Brock, followed by Jennifer Lewis. Janice Brock. Please be a good example for students and show your disapproval of the genocidal murders of innocent babies, children, women, pregnant women, disabled, elderly, and innocent men in Palestine by passing a ceasefire resolution today. Be true Americans and teach the students to be true Americans by standing against racism, discrimination, injustices, inequality, oppression, and suppression in any and all of its forms. Not just for us here in the U.S., but also for human beings across the globe that come in all shades, colors, ethnicities, and religions, including and not limited to Muslims, Jews, Christians, Arabs, and Palestinians, etc. Good American values are what we should teach our children in schools and outside of schools. We're all Americans, no matter each individual's race or religion. All Americans, no matter their race or religion, should be against genocide and should be concerned about when it is taking place, as it is taking place in Palestine now. It's simple. Should you teach your students genocide is okay or not okay? Jennifer Lewis, followed by Sophie Orendorff.
I'm pretty sure all of us in the room are against Islamophobia. I'm pretty sure all of us in the room are against anti-Semitism. I'm pretty sure all of us are against racism, baseless hatred, prejudice, anti-Muslim sentiment, anti-Palestinian sentiment, anti-Israeli sentiment, violence, sexism, etc. I'm sure all of us want the killing of innocents everywhere to stop, specifically in Israel and Palestine. I know that all of us want every student in the schools to be supported, loved, appreciated, valued, and celebrated. I'm certain that all of us want all children in our district, all families, all personnel to feel welcome, valued, safe, free to express their ideas without fear, free to be who they are fully. I'm pretty sure 80% of the people in this room agree on 80% of the issues, although it doesn't feel that way because this resolution is so divisive. The job of the school board is to strengthen and amplify our shared values and to ensure that the public spaces of schools remain welcoming, affirming, and valued. Please learn to treat one another respectfully before you deign to tell people around the world to treat each other peaceably.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sophie Orendorff, followed by Malika Belhaji. Okay, Sophie writes, "My name is Sophie, and I work and live in Ann Arbor. Even though the conflict in Gaza is thousands of miles away, it is drastically affecting the lives in the Ann Arbor community. The Ann Arbor City Council has affirmed that the conflict is a local issue. School is supposed to be a place where children can learn and thrive, but this is not the case. Brown children are being called terrorists by educators that are supposed to protect and uplift kids. Passing the ceasefire resolution explicitly condemning all forms of anti-Palestinian racism, Islamophobia, and anti-Semitism, and reaffirming the conflict is a local issue, as the Ann Arbor City Council did, are small steps that can be done. Our community, which prides itself on inclusion, diversity, and equity, is hurting. If nothing is done, the pain and divide will continue to grow and fester. Thank you for your time." Next is Malika Bathaj, and then Hashir Bazit. Malika writes, "As a Moroccan American who attended K through 12 in AAPS, I believe that it is vital for the APS school board to support a ceasefire resolution. I was in 5th grade at Eber White Elementary on September 11th, 2001, and the onslaught of racism that festered in my schooling experience from junior high through high school was disturbing and continues to trouble me to this day. When I was in high school at Pioneer, a white man would circle the AATA bus stop and distribute flyers that read, 'Islam is from hell.' Then Principal Michael White told me that this man's actions were his First Amendment rights and that nothing could be done to protect us underage students who were waiting for the bus, the majority of whom were Black and Arab. It is striking and demoralizing to see how similar the early 2000s are to the 2020s. It is my personal experience that in so-called progressive communities like Ann Arbor, some choose to ignore the painful racism that plagues our K through 12 school environments. Next, we have Hashir Bazit, and then Nisha Hanif. Hi, I'm a sophomore at a local high school. I'm here to talk about the personal anti-Palestinian and Islamophobic speech I have faced To give an example, we spent over a week and a half discussing Latina culture and American history, but for the Middle Eastern and North American unit, we spent 2 rush days covering the unit. The purpose of the unit was simply to discuss why there is no I believe that there's more than one person with the same comments.
Oh,
On the U.S. Census, even though Michigan has the second largest population of MENA-identifying people in the U.S., seeing that even our state, much less our school, does not recognize MENA people comes as no surprise to me. A student in my school wrote on her social media, anyone who doesn't stand with Israel stands with terrorism. Simply because I don't support Israel's genocidal war, she considers people like me terrorists. When some students tried reporting the student, the administration claimed it was freedom of speech. Every single day I have to interact with the same student, all the while pretending she doesn't consider me a terrorist. Soon after this incident, I decided to put a pro-Palestinian quote on my Gmail picture, and just 4 days later I was called by the principal who politely encouraged me to remove it. Do you know the mental trauma this caused and the sense of hopelessness and self-doubt I felt? Indeed, I was so afraid of backlash that I canceled an article I was writing about the Palestinian-Israeli conflict for the school newspaper. The double standards and lack of education for MENA-identifying people must change. I encourage the school board to pass this resolution. Nisha Hanif, and then Aisha Rafi Canoes. Okay. It is shocking that residents of Ann Arbor, Michigan, a supposedly progressive and inclusionary city, can argue against a ceasefire on the basis that there is no place for anti-Zionism in schools or that this call is anti-Semitic. To call for a ceasefire to stop the erasure of a people that are and their ongoing genocide is the product of a moral conscience and the side on which our youth should stand. This name-calling and weaponizing of anti-Semitism to silence calls for a just and lasting peace is itself anti-Semitic and anti-democratic. Surely the victims of anti-Semitism historically would support not silence. Their own pain would make them understand and feel for the killing of women and children, their own and the Palestinians as well. It is you who must stand on the right side of history and fight for this onslaught to end. Join us, my friends. Don't close your eyes. We are your brothers and sisters. Help us and call for a ceasefire. Next, Asia Rafi Peruz, and then Rayan Ahmed Mized. I want to thank the school board for taking this on and encourage the passage of this resolution. I'm confident the members who sit on the school board can manage several important issues at once. I know they have the capacity to continue to work on bettering the quality of education our kids receive, while also being decisive enough to pass a resolution to stop bombing civilian populations, including large numbers of children. I believe these two things go hand in hand, since a full education also includes teaching our children about the realities of the world around them. I want my son to be part of an education system where he can speak up for peace and humanity. I think passage is a step in that direction. Thank you. Dr. Rafi Peruz, mother of AAPS kindergartner, PTO board member, Bryant Pattengill. Next, Rayan Ahmed Mized, and then Sammy Ahmed Mized. Okay. I am a sophomore currently attending an AAPS high school. I am also a Palestinian American. I've always been hesitant to share the Palestinian part of my identity, fearing questions and criticism. But now is not the time to be silent. Despite my background, calling for a ceasefire is not in any way a biased position. It is simply showing that you do not condone the death of civilians on both sides. In my experience at Ann Arbor Public Schools, we are taught that our education is crucial for becoming world-ready citizens for the future. Critical thinking, empathy, and creating a peaceful and safe environment for all students are some of the principles the foundation of our school system is built on. By not taking a stance for peace on this issue, APS is violating the commitment to its philosophy. Please show your support for peace and call for a ceasefire for the sake of all those affected. Next is Sami Ahmed Mized, and then Mozan Savabazushinfa. Sorry. Yeah. As a Palestinian, I've been greatly affected by what has been going on. For example, most of my friends at school do not know that I am a Palestinian American. This is because I have fear of being persecuted for being Palestinian due to the common misconceptions about them, such as being called a terrorist. If the war goes on, the harassment may get worse, not only for me, but for my fellow peers as well. This is why I'm asking for an immediate vote for a ceasefire in Gaza by this school board. Thank you. Yeah, you're next. And then Seema Salman.
Thank you. My name is Mojgan Savabi Isfahani. I'm an Iranian. I've lived in America for a very long time. What I wonder is, what is so difficult? Why is it so difficult for you guys to say, stop bombing children? I want to specifically ask Ms. Trustee Schmidt, when you wake up in the morning and you look into the mirror, what do you see? Because what I see is a racist. If you want to put so much distance between children in Gaza who are being murdered by talking and talking and talking and not addressing the genocide that's happening with American dollars to the people of Gaza, if you are refusing to speak about it, if you are willing to talk 20 minutes to postpone it, I don't know what I can call you.
Order.
I don't know what I can call you.
Okay, sorry. I just need and please
free Palestine and pass the resolution.
So
it
please,
is about time.
Okay.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea,
I'm going to call a recess for
free.
5 minutes. So we'll be back at 8:35. Okay, let's get back to the agenda. So I did want to just friendly reminder, please refrain from any kind of personal attack. So please, I will have to ask you to stop. And then again, if this keeps going, especially if people are yelling, I'm going to have to call recess. So I do want to try to get through all the public commentary, but please refrain from any personal attacks. Okay, let's keep going.
Okay, next we have Seema Salman and then Adam Linkner. Seema writes, I'm an Ann Arbor Public School parent of a first and fourth grader at Bryant Pattengill. I'm writing to solicit your support in passing the ceasefire resolution. While many are voicing their concerns that the School Board of Education is no place to discuss such issues, I strongly disagree. This is not a political issue. This is an issue of peace, justice, and humanity. I have read the resolution many times, and wording is neutral and non-biased. We have to come together as a community to support each other and teach our children what is most important in the world, peace. I want my children growing up to be kind above all and to fight for humanity and justice. I strongly believe that this is an integral part of education. As we are celebrating the life of Martin Luther King Jr. this week at our schools, I am reminded of his quote, "Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter." Thank you for your time and consideration. Next is Adam Linkner and then Blaine Coleman. If you hold on, we're going to get you a new microphone. The battery just died. Is it on?
So again, I am a former AAPS student and the parent of a current AAPS student. And I again want to reiterate how saddened we all are by the loss of innocent life. But this resolution, as a parent not just here, but from everywhere, it's divisive. And it's an actual threat to our community. While this resolution will have no impact on the Middle East, we're already seeing the devastating impact here at home. We have people that are getting threats. They're having to change their phone numbers. They don't feel safe in the schools. Our kids don't feel safe in the schools because of this resolution that's trying to be passed. It's wrong to do this. That's not what should be happening today.
Okay.
So again,
please do not interrupt.
I walked in to hearing a chant from the river to the sea. People on both sides agree that this resolution represents that to at least to many people. That's calling for the annihilation of Jews. That's not acceptable. Okay. This resolution should not be passed.
Okay, thank you. And
next we have Blaine Coleman and then David Lauer.
And please, because I'll have to call recess again, so please do not interrupt the speakers.
The last speaker claimed that this resolution somehow involves the phrase "from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." This resolution does not in any way involve that phrase and does not say it. I say it. I say "from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." You bet. You bet. That is the course of human history from apartheid South Africa. That state is dead and buried and never coming back. That's what you do with apartheid states. You abolish them. Israel has murdered, wounded, maimed, and buried under rubble 100,000 Palestinian children and women and men. And you can't even say stop bombing them. You can't even pass a resolution which basically says stop bombing them. You can't even do that? Where would you be in slavery days? Would you be forced?
Thank you.
Ne-
Thank you.
Next, we have David Lauer and then Rachel Cohen.
3 questions. 1, does this resolution promote objectivity? 2, is this even the space to be discussing this issue? 3, what actually is your fiduciary duty to your constituents? Okay? An objective person would say stop pressing for, and most importantly, creating space, okay, for a resolution. I hope you all can band together and produce actionable items to help our community. City Council has already passed a bilateral resolution. Okay? City Council is already not an appropriate space to voice a resolution. The school board now is a wildly inappropriate space to bring such issues. How can a school board that represents constituents who have vastly different backgrounds and opinions have any type of consensus on this issue? As a school board member, you're not a subject matter expert on geopolitical conflicts. Okay, your actions are having more of a divisional impact. Inevitably, considering the great differences we have in our community, which should be celebrated, not twisted against one another. Okay, having a fiat come from above does not do anything more than anger one group over another. It's playground politics. Cut it out.
Next, we have Rachel Cohen and then Judy Namani.
When I heard this resolution was being proposed, I was dumbfounded for the following reasons. This is well outside your roles and responsibilities. You were not elected to provide resolutions concerning international and geopolitical issues. You have remained silent on all international tragedies: Sudan, Congo, Syria, Russia, Ukraine, U.S. tragedies, 9/11, overturning Roe v. Wade, school shootings even within our states. No resolution. So why now do you believe your role is to set forth any statements about anything other than education in the U.S.? This resolution even fails to be neutral even in its title. Ceasefire in Gaza. Why is Israel not in the title? Actually, don't answer that. As I said in my initial point, your view is not relevant and you need to focus on the education of our children. The schools are falling apart. No superintendent, lack of adequate supplies in the schools, and decline in test scores. Please focus on that. If you want to run for another political seat that should provide resolutions concerning international and geopolitical issues, please do so, but not on the back of our children. Thank you.
Next, we have Judy Namani and then Salima Nawab.
We're hurting. I'm speaking here tonight because I care and I'm hurting. Everyone here in the audience tonight cares and is hurting. I'm not here to discuss whether I'm for or against a bilateral ceasefire and the conditions thereof. I'm here because passing a resolution of this kind, a political topic that's already sown tremendous division in this community, furthers the pain and anger and fear many among us experience daily. Taking a position on global politics is a gross misuse of responsibility and influence. We have students and families from many backgrounds and countries: China, Ukraine, Ethiopia, Venezuela, countries from nearly every continent where war, famine, and life and death circumstances are a daily plague. We have homeless children in Ann Arbor who are cold, frightened, and feel marginalized every morning when they go to school. Where are they in your resolutions?
Next, we have Salima Nawab and then Robin Sartori.
Okay, like I said, please, no more interruption. Or I will have to call for a recess.
Salima Nawab and then Robin Sartori.
When I was in the 5th grade, my class had to read the book Roll of Thunder, Hear My Cry by Mildred Taylor. I was unable to put the book down all night with the flashlight in my hand, and my grandmother came in at 3 a.m. and asked, "Salima, what in the world are you crying about?" Finally, the racism and racial disparities I was witnessing in the 90s in the south suburbs of Chicago started to make sense. Being a brown student in a majority white school, I cannot forget the discussions and the teachings that our class had by reading that book at the critical age of 10 about race and history in this country. Our children in Ann Arbor right now are witnessing a genocide, and they have serious questions that demand answers. It behooves our educators, our school systems, and the adults responsible for educating our future to ask questions, seek answers, and face the ugly truths that so many want to hide. We can choose to stay silent on the Palestine-Israel history of the last century, and we will only further the violence and the trauma. Or we can stand up like the brave individuals of the past and address this ugly reality for what it is. I support this resolution. Please do what's right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Robin Sartori, and then Seema Muhammad.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. I'm in favor of the resolution. I agree with a lot of the speakers that we have a lot of problems in Ann Arbor School District. I'm a product, born and raised. My children went to school here, and it's an important resolution. I'm aghast at, I don't know what you call it, weaponization, that a ceasefire is polarizing. To stop bombing children is polarizing. That is just crazy language. And it's a fear tactic. I don't even know. I used to, 20 years ago, have a bumper sticker on my car, just stop USA to Israel. And I was, for about a mile or two, a guy tried to run me off the road. You can't say anything, and that's a problem. But my tax dollars go to the bombs that are killing children, and it's a genocide. So it is an issue here in grassroots in our city.
Next we have Seema Muhammad and Jackie Heyman.
Oh no, sorry. Hello? Okay. I'm a Muslim American who is a product of the Ann Arbor public school system. My partner and I chose to lay roots in this town with our top priority being in the school district. We are hoping to send our son to school here, but we'll see. Some may say that a school board is not the place and time for such a resolution, one regarding a conflict that seems so far away in considering this school board hasn't been involved with other international affairs. Take a look around the room. At minimum, this genocide is affecting every Muslim, Jew, and Arab in town. We are seeing residual effects of the genocide resulting in rising Islamophobia and anti-Semitism in and outside of the classroom. This community is hurting. Aside from that, we are all paying for it simply by being American. So yes, it is the time and place for such a resolution. The proposed ceasefire resolution is symbolic. Everyone in this room knows that passing this resolution will hardly have an impact on our leaders to actually support calls for a ceasefire. On the other hand, if you choose not to pass this resolution, it means that the AAPS is not interested in protecting human lives.
Thank you.
And a bunch of other things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Jackie Heyman and Jaratul Karim.
Hi, my name is Jackie Heyman, and I am a Jewish resident in Ann Arbor and anticipate being the parent of children in Ann Arbor public schools in coming years. I strongly support the ceasefire resolution. I strongly support this resolution for the need to put an end to Israel's genocide in Gaza, as well as the resolution's encouragement of dialogue across difference within the classroom. I grew up in spaces that only spoke about Israel in positive ways and didn't have exposure to perspectives of Palestinians. It was not until I was in college and had access to engaging and learning outside of that comfort zone, including engaging in dialogue with a Palestinian classmate. It was through access to these learning opportunities that my worldview rapidly expanded. I can only imagine how powerful and transformative it would be for the Ann Arbor public school students to have the opportunity to learn with and from their classmates about Israel-Palestine and hopefully begin learning far earlier than I did in college. It's for these reasons, among many more, that I strongly, strongly urge you to support the ceasefire resolution. Thank you for your time.
Next we have Jaratul Karim and then Caitlin Solar.
I am an APS parent. I am in favor of the ceasefire resolution. Last time a trustee and many speakers of tonight highlighted the importance of focusing on the well-being of the students and families in Ann Arbor schools. We are spending millions of dollars, especially from Ann Arbor towards the war, money that could be spent instead to support our underprivileged children and families. If war spending continues, our local education budget would be cut. Secondly, students are exposed to disturbing images and news through social media, including deaths of thousands of children. Some of these children are relatives of our local students. And this violence has deeply affected our community. And the City Council has acknowledged that this is a local issue, and I urge the school board to do the same. Lastly, I want to address an ongoing concern.
Thank you.
To address the racism.
Okay.
Next, we have Caitlin Solar and Heidi Rude. Caitlin Solar. I'm writing today as a community member, parent, and AAPS teacher in support for the ceasefire resolution. I have heard people say this is not the board's place, to which I say, whose place is it? It is all of our responsibility to speak out against genocide. It is absolutely relevant to our school community as we raise and strive to be citizens who speak out against injustices and support human rights for all people. What is the point of education if not this? Thank you. Next is Heidi Rude, and then Evelyn Matta. Okay. I'm an American-born citizen living in Ann Arbor. I have 2 children that graduated from AAPS in 2020 and 2022. My children are both Catholic and Jewish because I am Jewish and my husband is Catholic. Irregardless of our religions, war is bad. That is why it is a war. No one wants innocent people to die. I cannot comprehend why the ceasefire in Gaza is even on the agenda of a public school system in the United States. Why does it matter what Ann Arbor, Michigan thinks of the war in Gaza? It won't bring back the innocent dead teenagers or the innocent hostages, and it won't force a ceasefire. Your vote in Ann Arbor, Michigan has absolutely no bearing on the war. This agenda item only creates a discussion resulting of one group hating the other. People saying a lot of hurtful things without actual verified facts or evidence from a reputable source. This conversation is only going to create animosity and division based on religion. This should not be on the agenda for Ann Arbor Public Schools unless someone on this board can go to Gaza and get back the innocent hostages that have been held for over 100 days. Quite frankly, this discussion... Next is Evelyn Matta, and then Grace Rother. Hate has no place in our school district. As adults and elected officials, you each have an obligation to promote peace, cooperation, and consideration for your fellow humans. There is one board member who has used her public platform to antagonize and admonish other trustees at every single board meeting on nearly every topic brought before you. The racist rhetoric spewed by her toward the president at the last meeting should be the last straw and lead to an immediate resignation or removal. Our words have great impact, but even more meaningful is the tone with which we express our thoughts and feelings. I implore each of you to rewatch the past meetings with your eyes closed and minds open to an exercise in true self-reflection. Regardless of the point being made or the words used to make it, if you are expressing your opinion with a tone that reeks of viciousness and resentment, then your message will always be received as such, vicious and resentful. Our school district is in a time of great change, and yes, there is discomfort at times in the growing process. We can, however, promote positive, constructive, and meaningful change at every level and in every building if we start with a board that speaks and leads with positivity, helpfulness, and unwavering focus. Next, we have Grace Rother and then Aisha Kasham. As a graduate of AAPS, I owe the truing of my moral compass to the teachers at Burns Park, Tappan, and Pioneer who refuse to let me hide behind excuses like it's complicated when facing grave injustices. In Gaza, the schools are gone and their students are either dead or starving. As educators, please show these children and their families the respect and solidarity that my AAPS teachers instilled in me by supporting this ceasefire resolution. Next is Aisha Kasham, and then Munira Salim. I'm an AAPS alumni of over 25 years, born and raised in the Ann Arbor community. My Palestinian parents came to Ann Arbor in the mid-1970s and raised their 6 children in the AAPS community for the many reasons that this city is known for. We all take great pride in this community until recently when we watched the last AAPS board meeting and were at a loss of words. I observed board members trying to suppress and silence other board members as well as those of the community. I observed unacceptable and confrontational behavior by a board member that was very hurtful to watch as she personally attacked the board president, a well-respected member that understands the hurt many in the community are feeling right now. Among many other roles, we are educators, social workers, school leaders, board members, athletic directors, coaches, parents, and more importantly, students in the APS district and community. Our voices must not be silenced or suppressed by those few that are trying so very hard to do so. This ceasefire resolution is very important to me, my family, and many in the APS community who have family, friends, and colleagues in the Palestinian territories, including Gaza. I urge this board to support the ceasefire resolution. Next is Munira Salim, and then Hani Abelnazer. AAPS needs to explicitly condemn anti-Palestinian racism, Islamophobia, and anti-Semitism. Our community is hurting, and brown kids are being called terrorists. Next is Hani Abelnazer, and then Saina Shakur.
Yes, hi. Good evening. I'm speaking in support of the resolution to call for ceasefire. I will speak to the objection highlighting that the board did not issue a like resolution regarding other conflicts in the world like in Sudan, Syria, and Ukraine. I say to that the board should have done that. That what is in Gaza is a genocide and that it touches many of the citizens of Ann Arbor. That Gaza is also unique in a way that our government using our taxes money in supporting this genocide. And it is imperative upon us to denounce this as the least to do, to distance our city and our education system from this atrocious crime. Also, I want to add that it is an opportunity for the Jewish citizens of Ann Arbor to stand against the genocide that Israel is executing, hijacking their name. Also, to the argument that this is not the business of the school board, that they should focus on educate students. Thank you.
Next is Sana Shakur, and then Noah Nurul Merle.
Good evening. I speak to you as a concerned member of this community to express my strong support for the proposed ceasefire resolution. I speak to you as a mother who is trying to raise conscientious children. I speak to you as a Christian Palestinian who grew up in a community that endured the complexities of this conflict and longing for justice and peace. Like many of you, I chose to raise my children in Ann Arbor because of its diverse and inclusive school community. However, the recent events have cast a shadow over our schools and are impacting the well-being of its students, teachers, and parents. This is simply a humanitarian issue that is impacting each one of us. By endorsing ceasefire, you take a significant step towards fostering an environment where our students can feel secure, heard, and valued. I urge you to support this resolution. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration.
Next is Noah Nurul Merle, and then Omar Abdallah.
As a Jewish social studies teacher hoping to support students in lives of learning and pursuing justice, our students need to hear that our community supports peace. It is my job to teach and prepare students for these hard conversations, which our students have with or without us, and online, and even in our hallways. And not all of these conversations are coming from a humanizing, empathetic, peace-oriented perspective grounded in facts and mutual understanding. Social studies classrooms serve an important role in supporting students in building empathy, recognizing the humanity of other people, and learning how to discuss, research, and learn from that. This resolution also provides an important shared framework for those conversations, validating the humanity of our Palestinian and Arab students who have repeatedly voiced concerns to me in our classroom. It is not true that this resolution is divisive. Rather, it serves to protect the students who have most voiced concerns to me. Finally, as an Ashkenazi Jew, I care deeply about our people's history, and I'm glad to teach about it in the classroom, yet I believe that the conflation of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism undermines my ability to teach our history.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next is Omar Abdallah, and then Teresa Krugler.
I want to share my story of being in a quite conservative town studying World War II from a jingoistic 1980s curriculum and being assigned to write a justification for dropping atomic weapons on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. A horrible assignment that should never be asked of a child, especially in a curriculum offering no counterpoint to America's choice to commit the gross killing of hundreds of thousands of civilians. The concepts of human rights, human equality, proportionality, civilian combatant distinction, collective punishment were absent from the conversation. I hoped by sending my kids to school in Ann Arbor, a city very proud of its progressivism, they'd be offered something superior to me. It's inconsistent with that spirit to claim that the history of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is too complex for our city's teachers, or that the war on Gaza is too divisive to be taught. Board member Gaynor's own Palestine-Israel curriculum is evidence to the contrary. And for such a curriculum to have that impact, we... Blah. Okay.
Thank you.
Next is Teresa Krugler, and then Alyssa Antonelli. I'm writing you as an AAPS parent of Palestinian daughters. My children are growing up in a world where kids from their community are being killed at astronomical speed, 1 every 10 minutes in Gaza. A powerful element of white supremacy culture is the right to comfort. My children won't have a right to comfort, neither do any other children in Ann Arbor. They do have a right to know the truth, even if it makes the adults look and feel bad. They have a right to be taken seriously. They have a right not to be discriminated against. I trust their teachers to learn to do this. A bilateral ceasefire call is a low bar. Supporting it tells me that you believe in humanity. It tells me that whatever we disagree on, we can work together to keep all of our kids safe and free. Next is Alyssa Antonelli, and then Aaron Marisay.
Hello, my son receives IEP services through AAPS. Our children today are global citizens. The internet and social media have made them aware of tragedies going on in the world. Our children are watching us, the news, and what governments around the world do. They analyze and they judge what they observe. These events will be part of the history their children are taught. AAPS has a unique opportunity to take a stand and support all of its students. By calling for a ceasefire, it teaches the students that it is okay to stand up and say what a government doing is not right. We have freedom of speech. We want our children to be civically minded and educated. This is part of the education we should be providing them now and in the future. It is not anti-Semitic to say a government is doing something wrong, even if that government is Israel. Israel does not represent all Jews. When the Israeli government commits atrocities, it deserves to be told that, just like every single other government in the world. What it is doing right now in Gaza is an atrocity. Thank you.
Next is Aaron Mariasi, followed by Ola Madi.
It's Marisi, thank you. Members of the board, a lot of people have lied to you today. They claim to care about our children while arguing that Palestinian children somehow deserve to die. They claim to support improved infrastructure here while celebrating the destruction of that same infrastructure in Palestine. And they claim that the school board has no right to weigh in, but they support our tax revenues being taken away from our schools and given to a genocidal regime. And it's important that you as the members of the board recognize those lies, because it's important that our children can too. I'm not naive, and I realize that no resolution that gets passed tonight or any other night will bring the genocide machine to a halt. But like I've said before, this is a human issue, and it's very much a local issue. This resolution isn't perfect because it doesn't call for the end of the Palestinian occupation, and it doesn't call for Ann Arbor to immediately divest from its Israeli interests, but it at least acknowledges the lies being propagated by adults in our community, lies that are killing people here and abroad, lies that prevent our children from having the best resources we can give them. It's past time to pass this resolution. Our children's futures depend on it. Free
Thank you.
Next is Ola Madi, followed by Zachariah Farah.
I am for the resolution to ceasefire. If you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. I think it's impossible to be witnessing this genocide and forced starvation of children and not be moved. History will remember those who stood on the side of justice and those who were silent. Let Ann Arbor Public Schools set a great example. They need to explicitly condemn anti-Palestinian racism, Islamophobia, and anti-Semitism. The city council has already affirmed that this conflict is a a local issue. The school board needs to reaffirm this resolution. They need to encourage a respectful dialogue about this conflict. The point of education is to create informed individuals. Ann Arbor Public Schools should welcome diversity and teach acceptance. I will end by this quote. The ultimate tragedy is not the oppression of the bad people, but the silence of the good people, by Martin Luther King.
Next is Zechariah Farah, followed by Hani Obelnesser.
Good evening. My name is Zachariah Farah. I am a 24-year-old Ann Arbor resident, and I'm here to tell you that I hope you will pass this resolution. Join Ann Arbor City Council, Ypsi City Council, our state reps, our state senators, and our federal congresswoman. They have all called for a ceasefire, and you should too. And on the issue of discrimination, when I heard that a student in this district had been called a terrorist, it didn't actually surprise me at all. And that's because in middle school, kids picked on me, and they would call me a terrorist because I'm Moroccan. I wish I had had someone in a position of power to stand up for me then, and I didn't. I wish they had said, no, that is racist and it is wrong. And you all have the chance to do that, exactly that, tonight. And when I was in public school, I was constantly told that young people are the future, that it was up to us to solve all the problems of the world. And I'm sure many of you have said the exact same thing to students in this district. Well, I've got some news for all of you. Our generation is overwhelmingly in support of a ceasefire, and we oppose discrimination in our society, including in this district. So listen to us, listen to the...
Thank you. Thank you.
Next is Hani Obelnesser, followed by Nazneen Mahmood.
Good evening again. I speak again for the support of the resolution, and I urge the council, I urge the board to approve this.
I'm sorry. It is a mistake that your name was called twice. I apologize. There's only one speaking time per person.
I'm a different one.
No,
You
I
said
think
that
you're
you were
the
up
same.
again.
Sorry, I didn't even know. Yeah,
Nice
sorry.
try, though.
You have to.
I have half of it. I
sorry, I
didn't
didn't notice. But yeah, when.
I would like to just say that.
Okay,
From
I'm
the,
sorry.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Okay, sorry.
Nazneen Mahmood, followed by Alexander Judge.
I didn't realize it was the same.
Good evening. I have two kids that graduated from here, and the problem of racism is deep in Ann Arbor Public Schools. Sometimes this racism is through the guidance of bright, capable African-American children I know personally into less rigorous curriculum. This student ended up struggling in achieving their pre-medical goals and in college in general, and this is a type of institutional racism we should all rail against. Racism only continues to emerge and be amplified now in the Ann Arbor Public Schools today by the war against humanity waged by Israel on helpless Palestinian civilians. We can see it in the incidents where counselors call a Palestinian child a terrorist. We can see racism clearly, even at the highest levels, in the racist insult to Dr. Rima Mohammed because she is Palestinian by Trustee Basket. This humanitarian crisis in Gaza affects this community you serve and their children deeply. This racism and the adjoining Islamophobia has reached a point of undeniable conflict in our own schools, and a ceasefire resolution is absolutely necessary to combat this insidious, hateful behavior. This resolution is necessary to reset our values to a point where all lives and futures matter, and all children, including Palestinian children, are valued.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Alexander Judge, followed by Marla Linderman Richelieu.
Good evening. As a Ann Arbor native, as an AAPS product, now as an AAPS teacher, and someone who has made the care and teaching of young people my life's purpose, I ask you to please pass this resolution tonight. I've heard from others say that this is not the venue for such a proposition to be put forward, and while I can respect the views of those I disagree with, I believe that as Americans, this is not something that we are allowed to sit out. As others have said tonight, it is our tax dollars that is going to funding the continued conflict there, and it is through the acquiescence of our leaders that continues as well. While the resolution tonight may not bring an end to this conflict, if you yourselves tonight use your voices and join it with the voices of hundreds and hopefully soon thousands of educators and school districts around the country, then that
voice raised in solidarity will reach the halls of power and encourage those who do have the power to bring this conflict to an end, to use their leverage to ensure a ceasefire that will allow for the release of all hostages, both Israeli and Palestinian. Thank you.
Next is Marla Linderman Richelieu, followed by Murad Idris.
I just saw a national media article titled Michigan Public School District's Mid-East Ceasefire Resolution Stokes Controversy. And the division, anger, fear in this room cannot be denied. No one should feel good about what's going on in this room. I want peace for everyone, but this is not peace for our community. Voting no to pass this resolution is not a vote against peace or supporting the killing of children. It is a vote to focus on our students and not pick sides. Your actions have divided our community at the expense of the students. All this time would have been better spent talking and helping our students. And if you choose to be the first school board to go down this rabbit hole, your work will be about symbolic gestures rather than real actions. You will have to condemn Ukraine and Sudan and Yemen and Iran and issues more close to home like systemic racism. And if you don't, you're picking some students against others. Don't do that. Vote for all students.
Next, Murad Idris, followed by Daniel Crowley. Murad Idris writes, I'm an APS parent and political scientist. A ceasefire is a local issue and a school issue. It's a local issue because the war on Gaza is funded by U.S. taxes, waged with U.S. bombs, and shielded by our politicians. It's galvanized anti-Palestinian racism in schools, made all our kids here unsafe, and some of us have family and loved ones among those killed, missing, or injured. It's local because our kids and those who look like them deserve life, safety, and education. Schools must be where we teach our children the value of peaceful conflict resolution and the tools to think critically. If a topic is complicated, surely the place to learn about it is in school, where we teach other complicated topics. When did we stand for education against violence and against racism become controversial? It's alarming that a simple call for peace, inclusion, and education is so threatening to some in this room in Ann Arbor. Let's all commit to doing better. Next, Daniel Crowley, followed by Jennifer Rosenberg.
Hi, my name is Daniel Crowley. I'm an AAPS English teacher and a graduate of Pioneer High School. I'm here tonight to express my support for the ceasefire resolution. Through passing this resolution has been criticized as merely symbolic. My experience as a teacher has demonstrated the impact these symbols can have on fostering the climate our scholars and teachers deserve. Indeed, will require in order to prepare our students to flourish in our complex global society. I have a master's in education and my research is based in culturally responsive curriculum design. I've spent years researching and teaching the literatures of the civil rights movement, the Holocaust, and more. As an educator, I know learning does not happen in a vacuum, and that when we pretend it does, it is always our most vulnerable students who suffer. This fall, during my unit on the global refugee crisis, I was excited to engage my students in a range of powerful texts. Publicly, I was told repeatedly upon being hired that I had curricular freedom. I was an APS, I'd made it to the best district in Michigan. Yet privately was made abundantly clear it would not be safe for me as a teacher to include Palestinian literature or text on the ongoing Palestinian refugee crisis. I want to thank the AAPS student.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, Jennifer Rosenberg, followed by Ihsan Khan. Jennifer Rosenberg.
I want to focus on one specific point of this resolution that calls on my expertise as a longtime educator and school administrator. The resolution reads, the board encourages educators within the Ann Arbor Public School District to facilitate informed and respectful dialogue about the conflict, aiming to foster a deeper understanding among students and staff and to combat misinformation and prejudice. I believe in teachers and in their ability to do their job. I also know that they are among the most overburdened professionals in our society. This conflict is not simple, and educating students about it is not simple. Scholars who have studied it their entire careers do not agree on how to understand, approach, or even sometimes discuss past this situation. I cannot fathom why you would put that on Ann Arbor Public School teachers. It unfairly adds yet another unachievable goal to their already overfilled plates and situates them squarely in the crossfire. Is there professional development included in this resolution? What resources are teachers going to be provided to help them understand the history, varying perspectives, nuance, and complexity of it? How will those resources be vetted? How will bias and misinformation be identified?
Thank you. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you. Isan Khan, followed by Raven Marin.
Good evening. I'm Asan. I live in Ann Arbor. My kids go here. I'm here to show support for the ceasefire resolution, the return of both the Israeli and Palestinian hostages back with their loved ones, hopefully. I've heard that you guys shouldn't consider this because this is a conflict that's overseas. I wonder what if South Africa's apartheid was under question here, if people would be making the same arguments. It was European settlers who colonized the Africans in South Africa and treated them as third-class citizens. Same thing's happening here. So yes, we will talk about it. Lastly, for the 7 members, Martin Luther King is sitting here, Malcolm X, Nelson Mandela. They're watching you. What would be your response to the 3 of them? Thank you.
Next, Raven Martin, followed by Samar Salman.
My name is Raven Marin. I'm a photographic journalist for Ground Cover News and a student at Eastern Michigan University. I'm calling for your support of a resolution calling for a ceasefire between Israel and Palestine. This war has raged on for over 3 long months. Over 24,000 Palestinians have been killed, with 70% of them being women and children. I could go on for hours about all the war crimes Israel has committed, but because of time, I will instead play an audio clip from inside a hospital in Gaza. Just a warning, what you're about to hear is extremely disturbing. Do you hear their cries? Do you hear their anguish? These are children, not terrorists, who are being bombed. The psychological and physical damage this war has caused is irreversible. To those who ask why AAPS should vote on this ceasefire, a Palestinian student at Tab Middle School asked for a drink of water, and in response we're told, I don't negotiate with terrorists. From the river to the sea, Palestine...
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Next, Samar Salman, followed by Sarah Voss. Samar writes, I support my daughter's comments as a grandmother of 2 students at APS. I'm an Ann Arbor Public School parent of a 1st and 4th grader at Bryant and Pattengale. I'm writing to solicit your support in passing the ceasefire resolution. While many are voicing their concerns that the School Board of Education is no place to discuss such issues, I strongly disagree. This is not a political issue. This is an issue of peace, justice, and humanity. I have read the resolution many times, and the wording is neutral and non-biased. We have to come together as a community to support each other and teach our children what is most important in the world, peace. I want my children growing up to be kind above all and to fight for humanity and justice. I strongly believe that this is an integral part of education. As we are celebrating the life of Martin Luther King Jr. this week in our schools, I'm reminded of his quote, "Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter." Thank you for your time and consideration. Next is Sarah Voss, followed by Jennifer Kirsch Van Beck.
As a community, we need to have these difficult conversations. Right now is where diversity, equity, and inclusion stops being theory and starts being real. We need to move beyond thinking that what supports one group is bad for another, and instead work to discover our common middle ground. We need to elevate each other's humanity because this is how democracy thrives. As an AAPS parent, educator, and coach, I'm proud to work alongside many progressive folks who are committed to the daily work of DEI. And as a district, we can do better. We know through neuroscience that learning only happens when people feel safe, that their lives have value and matter. This board passing the ceasefire resolution supports the thousands of AAPS students, families, and staff with ties to the Middle East. Please pass it. And we need to better support Jewish and Israeli students, families, and staff moving forward. and bring anti-racist practice and praxis into our schools in an ongoing way. There's free curriculum and professional development to support it, and the future of our healthy democracy depends on it. Thank you.
Next is Jennifer Kirsch Van Beck, followed by Jabin Sadiki.
As a clinical psychologist, a daughter of a former elected school board trustee in New York, and as a Jewish parent, I ask you to please not pass this resolution. Its only outcome will be to marginalize Jewish students and families by making us feel targeted and have our voices silenced. In what world would this bring our community together? It will only create an even more divisive and hurting community. Here are a few things I have learned from my father's school board leadership. Recruiting a competent superintendent and ensuring community support for strong budgets are the two most essential responsibilities of a school board. We will find it impossible to hire a qualified superintendent because no ambitious educational leader will want to lead a district with a massive public relations issue. It will also make it difficult to pass strong budgets, let alone pay off the existing $10 million shortfall. Please say no to this resolution that will only cause further trauma and anti-Semitism and damage the mental health of our Jewish students.
Next is Jabin Sadiki, followed by Neil Elkin.
Hello, thank you, Ann Arbor Public School Board. I went to Scarlet back in the day. Yes, this is international politics, but wars that our country has participated in during the last 4 presidencies directly affects our children, especially MENA and Muslim children. And the care of children and their mental health is definitely in your jurisdiction. Since our national leaders are shamefully silent, and since we live in one of the most educated, progressive school districts that the New York Times caught the attention to, this is definitely your purview. This is a bilateral ceasefire resolution that allows for the return of hostages and stopping the bombing of innocent children. Let's look at some hard data. After 9/11, ISPU, a think tank that studied Muslim Americans, showed that 48% of families of school-aged children are bullied based on religious bullying. 42% of families reported that they were bullied by a student, administrator, or a teacher. Muslim students especially are negatively impacted by political rhetoric. And Ms. Basquette, your words, would you ever tell John Lewis to recuse himself during the civil rights?
Thank you.
Next is Neil Elkin, followed by Mike Schreiber.
I'm a Jewish resident of Ann Arbor on and off since 1968, and I urge you to vote in favor of the ceasefire resolution. According to the Cambridge Dictionary, a ceasefire is, quote, an agreement to stop fighting in order to allow discussions about peace. What is controversial about that? After more than 90 days of bloodshed in Israel and Gaza, I don't know how reasonable people can be opposed to a ceasefire resolution. Opposing a ceasefire means you want more death and destruction. Some speakers here have urged the school board to take this resolution off the agenda because international events are supposedly not your concern. I urge you to reject that argument that wants you to close your eyes and bury your heads in the sand. Imagine that this is an Ann Arbor School Board meeting in January 1943, and you're considering a resolution urging Nazi Germany to stop killing Jews, my relatives. Would you listen to?
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mike Schreiber, followed by Ahmed Al-Helou.
Thank you. Thank you.
Your time is up, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Schreiber.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Mike Schreiber, followed by Ahmed Al-Helou. Mike writes, as one of over 1,800 and counting individuals signing the petition and as a parent of 2 APS students, I want to directly express my strong opposition to the Gaza ceasefire resolution. Unless APS plans to weigh in on every international issue that connects to at least one student in our diverse district, it is unjust and out of scope to weigh in on the situation in Israel-Gaza. The exceptionalism in this resolution can only be explained by anti-Semitism, which is clear in the biased language of the resolution itself. The only possible outcome is further division in the community and more anti-Semitism toward the already struggling small Jewish minority of students at APS. I ask that the BOE stick to trying to do the job that you were elected for, overseeing the school system that is showing signs of your neglect and infighting. The proposed resolution raises the level of dysfunction on this board to new heights and is making Ann Arbor a national example of intolerance and ineptitude. Thank you to the BOE members who are speaking out and voting against this resolution. Next is Ahmed Ahelu.
Good evening. Thanks to President Rima for bringing such a resolution to the council. I'm a parent of 3 children who are in the Ann Arbor public school system, and I have every right to speak to you about their future. It was said that somebody hurt in this audience. Nobody is hurt more than me. I've lost 50 of my immediate relatives in Gaza. Half of them were children. They died. What kind of atrocity they committed? What kind of pain they caused any of you? Anti-Semitic, 60% of my blood as an Arab Palestinian is from a Semite race. So you cannot tell me that I'm anti-Semitic. I'm not. You are. I'll finish with that.
Suzanne Bakush is next. Suzanne Bakush, followed by Jake Engels. Suzanne writes, as parents of 3 Pioneer High School alumni, we are proud to raise our voices in alarmed concern regarding current events that are affecting the APS, the community, and the world. 1, we are in favor of and support the ceasefire resolution proposed in December City Council meeting. 2, we are and will continue to be alarmed, dismayed, and shocked at the incident regarding the 8th grade student at Tappan Middle School. What alternative reality are we living in that this child is subjected to racism, and that racism is supported by other school staff without regard for decency, humanity, and plain common sense? We demand the board take definitive action to resolve this and that the staff member involved in this incident face a formal reprimand. 3, we are demanding a public apology from Secretary Basket after her anti-Palestinian comments toward the board president. There is never a time where this is acceptable. 4, we are asking the board to take definitive stand against injustice and racism. Our children do not deserve to live in a world where hate speech, racism, and just plain hate is acceptable to some. We need you to stand up and represent them. Next is Jake Engels, followed by Ryan Peruse. Jake Engels writes, hello, I'm a teacher at Scarlett Middle School. Before the last board meeting, the following petition in favor of the proposed ceasefire resolution was circulating among APS educators and gathered 47 signatures in less than 24 hours. The signers' names have been digitally attached to this comment. The petition reads as follows. As educators in the Ann Arbor Public Schools, we, the undersigned, recognize our responsibility to use our positions in order to foster safer and more just circumstances for children and young people. As such, we believe that it is in the best interest of our community, both locally and globally, to affirm and support the resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. We encourage board members and fellow community members to support the resolution as well. Next, from Ryan Peruse, and then Mylin Lewis. Ryan writes, I'm a parent of a current APS kindergartner, and I'm writing in support of the draft resolution calling for a bilateral ceasefire in Gaza. I encourage all concerned parents to review the resolution and its language. What you will see is a document reinforcing the principles we want to see taught in our school system: empathy, tolerance, education, respect, and value for all human life. I'm a graduate of APS, and the diversity of thought to which I was exposed became the foundation of my worldview. I fully expect that our school system will provide the same education to my children. The New York Times quoted the teenage author of this resolution saying that he disputed the idea, brought up by many adults, that the war had divided his Jewish and Muslim peers, adding, "It has never caused conflict among us. We should follow the example set by our students." Next is Mylin Lewis, followed by Brandy Reinbold.
Good evening. My name's Maylin Lewis. I'm a grandmother of a student here in high school, and I'm a former teacher. I thank Trustee Carrie Harrell for introducing this resolution. Some people have talked about how divisive this issue is, and coming here, it obviously is very divisive. I'm old enough to have been in Delaware in the 1970s when we were going through DSEG. Yeah, it took that long. And there was the busing issue, and talk about divisive. But we did the right thing. We have to do the right thing. What are we going to teach our children? As a parent and former educator, as I said, I know that education is more than learning or multiplication facts. We try through our behavior to model what kind of adults we hope our children and students will become. We do this by showing empathy, giving respect, and by acting with integrity. So why should the school board be discussing this international issue? Number one, we must always show our students that they are part of the global community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Brandy Reinbold, followed by Sierra Mwali. Brandy Reinbold writes, I am commenting in support of a board resolution to speak out in support of an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. As a parent, I made a conscious decision to place my child within the Ann Arbor School District. I did this because I saw it as an environment that would foster critical thinking and academic excellence while instilling values like respect for universal human rights and dignity and encouraging civic engagement. I see the district as an ally in my efforts to raise my child to speak up for what is right. A call to end the bombardment and to ease the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza that is suffering with today is the right thing to do. Speaking up for the rights of the Palestinian people to live in peace and safety in no way is an act diminishing our Jewish brothers and sisters. Please show our children, our schools, our district stands up equally for all human beings, and that we all matter, no matter who or where we are. Next is Sierra Mwali, followed by Patrice Aaron. Sierra writes, a school board that believes it is a governing body over anything other than the school system and its constituents. What does that look like, you ask? AEPS, apparently. Let me ask you this, board members. How many other international conflicts have you made resolutions for? Insert your silence here because the answer is none. How many future international conflicts will you speak about? Why would a school board think it needs to call for anything other than a study researching learning loss from COVID closures, or maybe the extremely imbalanced aftercare system? Perhaps even to form a group that helps deal with racism, anti-Semitism in schools. But to think that you, as a school board member, should be calling for anything else would be at best silly, and at worst extreme arrogance and irresponsibility on all of your parts, period. Stay in your lane. I could go on about the pressure this puts on teachers to have the education to explain responsibly what a ceasefire means, or why the school board felt the need to make a resolution, but I think you get my point. Please focus your efforts on supportive, educational, and non-divisive school-related topics. Next, Patrice Aaron, followed by Babette Levy-Daskin. Patrice writes, I'm an Ann Arbor resident and parent of 2 APS graduates. I do not believe that a ceasefire resolution need be divisive. In my opinion, calling for a ceasefire in any war zone is a model to students and parents of alternative, less violent ways to resolve a conflict. Next, Babette Levy-Daskin, followed by David Bergman. Babette writes, as trustees of the Board of Education of the Ann Arbor Public Schools, I implore you to vote no on the proposed resolution entitled Resolution Calling for a Bilateral Ceasefire in Gaza. Why? First, the overarching goal of the Ann Arbor Public Schools Board of Education is to ensure that the APS will lead the nation in educating and empowering every student every day with compassion and integrity in a welcoming environment. Hence, the focus of this board should be on the students, not international affairs. Nowhere in the APS BOE goal statement is there an imperative to weigh in on geopolitical issues for the sake of educating our students. Certainly not a resolution about an international crisis, one which the board, as a governing body of a school district, knows little about. This resolution calls for a ceasefire in Gaza and Israel. Just to clarify, the war is between Hamas and Israel. Hamas is a terrorist organization, so the nomenclature used in this resolution is poorly chosen and points to the lack of understanding of this global crisis. The players in this crisis not only include Hamas and Israel. Okay. Next, David Bergman, followed by Rita Ben. David Bergman writes, as alumnus of Ann Arbor Public Schools, Community High in 1985, I am deeply troubled and disturbed by the school board's proposal to weigh in on the Israel-Palestine conflict. Not only does this resolution place the Ann Arbor Public School system clearly on the side of perpetrators of murder, rape, and terrorism, it provides no mention of the nearly 200 hostages in need of rescue held against their will by Palestinian forces in Gaza. Despite the fact that this board is ill-equipped to weigh in on issues of international concern, this resolution will increase the stigmatization of Jews in Ann Arbor. I strongly urge the board to preserve Ann Arbor's reputation as a tolerant and open community, not expose its children to stigma on attack, and to stay out of this conflict. Next, Rita Ben, followed by Nadia Nazir. Rita writes, I am providing public comment for the record to indicate my dismay about the Ann Arbor School Board's decision to consider passing a resolution in regard to the Israel and Palestine war. I have written and submitted a longer letter to the board, which I hope you will read, so these comments will be brief. I feel immense pain for the suffering of the estimated 1,200 innocent Israelis murdered and 200 taken hostage by Hamas on October 7th, and equally for the suffering taking place from the subsequent bombings of Israel, destruction of Palestinian homes, and thousands upon thousands of victims now dead. Nonetheless, I do not believe it is the purview of the Ann Arbor School Board to create a policy resolution that speaks to my pain on an ongoing international conflict which will neither affect its outcome or directly impact the day-to-day education of our students. As a community, we need you, as the elected representatives, to put aside any influence of personal politics, religious affiliation, or international concerns from your function as a school board member overseeing the educational administration of our schools. Next, Nadia Nazir, followed by Noor Ali.
Respected board members, I have been an Ann Arbor resident for over 25 years. In our schools, we teach about democracy. We tell our children that we, the people, emphasizes that the power of the governing came from the people themselves. This must be modeled in every form of governance, be it at a school level or a federal level. The village that raises the children is here. We have all shown up for them. This is education. It is so important to teach our children how to handle conflict, how to be kind and compassionate, and speak up for justice. Let's model humanity and teach them to always stand up for the oppressed. Let's vote yes on the ceasefire resolution. There's no going back from this, only moving forward. Let's follow up and allow various parent advisory groups to get involved. Let's encourage gaining more knowledge, leading to more tolerance, and cultivating a safe environment of equity and inclusion. Thank you.
Next is Jane Swanson, followed by Jordan Else.
Good evening, school board. My name is Noor Ali, and I'm the director of Safe Spaces for CARE Michigan. I work directly with cases that deal with discrimination in schools and also in workplaces. As many people here have stated, the student who was a victim of discrimination, the counselor who discriminated against them, is still here. They have to interact with them every day. Someone who called them a terrorist, a 12-year-old. I want everyone here in the audience who is against this resolution to think about their own children. How would you feel if they were denied water? Your right as an individual, as a student, as a child. And to the school board members who have denied our request to meet, while you may hold your heads up high, just as easily as you were elected, you can easily be voted out. Thank you.
Jane Swanson is next, followed by Jordan Else. Jane Swanson writes, we, the Ann Arbor-based community group Focus on Education, on behalf of over 1,800 constituents who have signed a petition entitled Community Petition for Immediate Withdrawal of Ceasefire Resolution, call upon the board to withdraw the resolution for bilateral ceasefire in Gaza, or alternatively to vote no on the resolution. As stated in the petition, the resolution is number 1, outside the board's scope and authority. 2, creates a slippery slope and sets a dangerous precedent. 3, is divisive. 4, could overburden teachers and staff. And 5, is superfluous and redundant of existing anti-discrimination policies. The petition supporters represent a diverse cross-section of the Ann Arbor community. Passing the resolution would amount to capitulating to narrow, albeit loud, and intimidating interests in violation of the board's bylaws. The diverse AAPS community has spoken. It does not want this resolution to pass. The petition and associated signatures and comments have already been submitted to the board in writing. Next, from Jordan Else, followed by Abraham Raskind. Jordan writes, I write today in support of the ceasefire resolution and also to condemn Trustee Baskett's comments at the last general meeting. Trustee Baskett's comment shows just how unsafe it has become to be Palestinian in our community and in our schools. It is heartbreaking to see that elected leaders in our community are piling onto the existing pain of our neighbors. This is not okay. After years of hearing this trustee laugh at Black parents, disparage parents in private board emails obtained by FOIA, and now this, I believe she should resign from the school board. As a minimum, this trustee must issue a more genuine apology and work toward repair. Beyond that, I hope the board exercises the power it has to censure her if she chooses not to resign. I also wish to voice support of the ceasefire resolution. Our city has recently passed a similar resolution, and it is clear that collectively we need to do more to stop the ongoing violence in Gaza and Israel and work toward liberation for all. The fact is, these are local issues. Many of our friends, neighbors, colleagues, teachers, and board members are directly affected. Next is from Abraham Raskind, followed by Faiz Syed. Abraham Raskind writes, Hi, I just want to urge the board to vote yes on the ceasefire resolution for the sake of both the millions of innocent people in Gaza, the remaining Israeli hostages. It is imperative to send a message to both the student body and the broader community that the APS stand for values of peace, equality, and dignity, even when it may be difficult to do so. And this will have the added benefit of assuaging the fears of many students and parents who may belong to communities who have been negatively impacted by the ripple effects of the siege of Gaza. Thank you. Next is from Faiz Syed, followed by Julie Emra.
Hello. I urge you to vote for the ceasefire and anti-discrimination resolution that is up for vote today at the AAPS board meeting. Standing up for thousands of children being slaughtered tells our students that brown and black lives matter. Leaders in the school board should speak up and stand for justice and peace when it matters, not only when it is convenient, even though it may not be a popular position at that time or some people might not like it. I urge you to be the role models our children need and deserve. As you well know, peace and justice are intersectional for minority communities. A pro-ceasefire position today is the same as standing against police brutality. Both are emblematic of dehumanization of black and brown lives. As we know, racism is structural and systemic in our society and needs to be uprooted from our communities by constantly drawing attention to these issues and opposing forces that enable the status quo. I urge you to support the ceasefire resolution as would befit the legacy of MLK Jr., Nelson Mandela, and Malcolm X. Trustee Baskett should consider resigning in light of her very public racist comments unacceptable in this board. Thank you.
Next is Julie Emra, followed by Alexander Schmidt. Julie writes, My name is Julie Emra, and I'm a former APS teacher. I'm urging members of the board to support the proposed ceasefire resolution because it allows APS to join in solidarity with the Ann Arbor City Council and teachers' unions across the country in urgently stating the need for a ceasefire. It also sends a message to Palestinian students that they are seen, cared for, and supported in their school community. They are a part of APS. Students and families are naturally talking about the news. Passing the resolution is the first step in creating space and support for teachers and students to thoughtfully engage in learning and discussion around a top-of-mind issue. This is the purpose of schools. Next, from Alexander Schmidt, followed by Assad Siddiqui. Alexander writes, How is this ceasefire resolution resolving anything? Instead of bringing people together to create a first-class educational environment for students, this resolution divides. Advocates of this resolution claim that it will help fix negativity in the district. This is clearly not the case. One must look no further than this public commentary to see the division created by this unnecessary debate. The Ann Arbor School Board has plenty of work to do. Symbolic statements on foreign affairs do nothing to improve the school district. One final conundrum. This resolution encourages teachers to discuss the situation in Israel and Palestine. What are you going to do when a teacher presents this topic in a way that you do not agree with? I am not questioning our teachers. They are entitled to their own beliefs, and I do not doubt their sincerity nor their good intentions. But what are you going to do when one teacher refers to Hamas as freedom fighters and another refers to them as terrorists? What are you going to do when one refers to Israel as committing genocide while another says that it is clearly self-defense? Next is Asad Siddiqui, followed by Zevi Barakat. Asad Siddiqui. Zevi Barakat writes, I wish to express my full support for a ceasefire in Gaza. I hope and wish for the ending of all fighting only after the return of the kidnapped hostages, those still alive as well as the bodies of those murdered. Because the fighting you're calling the cessation of started with this objective. Any human being, school board or otherwise, calling to ceasefire without equally and as loudly calling for the return of hostages is a hypocrite. You want a fair resolution? Make the title Resolution Calling for a Ceasefire in Gaza and the Immediate Release of All Israeli Hostages. Formulate a specific bullet item that speaks to the release of these hostages. Ceasefires do not occur in a vacuum. Until all those that are held helpless, caged, abused, and raped in dark tunnels, 100 equal underground, calling those who are fighting to release them to ceasefire is hypocritic at best, evil at worst. In the Times interview, the president has acknowledged that such a resolution is only symbolic. Next is Nina Chacker, followed by Joshua Long. I'm sorry. Nina Chacker writes, the Detroit chapter of Jewish Voice for Peace recently sent a letter to you to encourage the APS board to pass a ceasefire resolution. As part of the Jewish community in Metro Detroit, we strongly believe that a permanent ceasefire is a crucial step in the long road to peace, justice, and prosperity for all civilians in the region, Israelis and Palestinians alike. As Jewish people, we are troubled to see that the Jewish Federation has been against a resolution calling for a ceasefire. The Jewish community is not a monolith, and many individuals within our community support a ceasefire and an end to this carnage. Calling for a permanent ceasefire is in no way anti-Semitic. To the contrary, it would be anti-Semitic to proceed as if the entire Jewish community uniformly supports Israelis' atrocities. Your support of this resolution is critical to ensuring the safety of Arab and Jewish students, parents, and families here in Southeast Michigan. It is no surprise that we are seeing and experiencing an increase in hate crimes since October 7th. Next is Joshua Long, followed by Luke Jackson. Joshua writes, I am writing to note my disagreement with the proposed bilateral ceasefire resolution. Regardless of the motivation, such a statement is improper for the Board of Education. Everyone wants peace. However, it is outside the board's scope, outside their expertise, and will have little effect except to sow division within the school community. Because it will have little effect, it would simply be virtue signaling despite the fact that it doesn't necessarily represent the sentiment of everyone in our community. The purpose of the Board of Education is to support the students and teachers and to help the district thrive. Its members were given no mandate to support any cause beside that, however meaningful. Its purpose is not to recommend foreign policy or suggest it knows better than our federal administration. Everyone wants lasting peace. While I agree with much of what is said in the resolution, I trust the State Department and federal government to better understand how to best achieve lasting peace. Luke Jackson next, and followed by Asma Zoni. Hello, my name is Luke Jackson, and I'm a first and second grade teacher at Ann Arbor Open. I strongly encourage the board members to lend their support to the proposed ceasefire resolution for the following reasons. The resolution advocates for peaceful coexistence locally and globally, setting an example for our children and students on the importance of dialogue and resolving differences. It emphasizes the values of care, empathy, and education as effective tools for addressing conflicts and disagreements. Furthermore, the resolution prompts everyone in the school district to empathize with each other, extending understanding to those who have experienced loss or harm. This calls for empathy and peace is a universal principle that everyone can endorse. The resolution reinforces the district's stance against hate speech, discrimination, and violence, reinforcing our collective responsibility to foster a safe and inclusive environment in schools. Additionally, it assures educators and students, particularly those closely connected to the conflict, that they can express their identities and perspectives in a safe space. Next, Asma Zoni, followed by Asma Azimi.
Can I read on behalf of her?
Yeah, I don't think we can, but yeah, no.
Are you Asma Zoni?
No, I'm her
Yeah.
husband.
Yeah,
Okay.
it would have to be the person.
Asma Zoni, and then she's here. Okay. But
Okay.
I didn't read
All right.
Asma Zoni
I'll just
is
answer
first.
that.
All right.
Asma Zoni is first.
Okay.
Right? And he is not here. Is that correct?
Who?
Is he here?
No, this is her.
Okay.
I'm a parent of 3 Palestinian American Ann Arbor students. A lot of consideration was taken to move our family to Ann Arbor. We moved here specifically for the high level of education and diversity it's known for. However, it has been painful to know that my kids fear and don't feel comfortable when asked about their nationality amongst their peers and faculty. How can I blame them? With the rise of anti-Palestinian racism, anti-Islamic, and anti-Semitism, with the incident of the racist comments from a counselor at Tappan, the race lighting by the AAPS trustee Ms. Basket, and the incidents that don't get coverage, I find it imperative that AAPS pass the ceasefire resolution. There's a large population of people that are directly affected and hurting by what is going on. There is nothing divisive about the resolution. It is from a place of privilege that someone can state a resolution that addresses to stop the killing on both sides would be as such. Sadly, the highest level of government and media has failed us. Local institutions should speak up for their populations when others have failed them. AA City Councils recently affirmed this conflict as a local one, and AAPS should reaffirm that. I urge.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next is Asma Azimi. Asma Azimi, followed by Jeremy Bloom. Asma Azimi writes, thank you to the Ann Arbor Board of Education for taking my comment. I graduated from Huron High School and I want to address the importance of taking initiative for a ceasefire resolution. Racism, to say one group is better than the other, is inherent in this society's very conception. From the European settlers that traveled and massacred natives, we side with the natives. From the slave masters' brutal oppression of the slaves, we side with the slaves. From the Nazis' persecution of the Jewish people and other minorities, we side with the Jewish people and other minorities. From the genocidal Israeli regime occupying Palestine, we side with the Palestinians. Israel does not have the right to self-defense against territory that it occupies. It does not have the right to maintain an apartheid regime to protect Jewish supremacy. It does not have the right to commit genocide to expand its territorial takings and maintain racial purity. Israel is anti-Semitic for killing the Semitic people of Palestine, as they are also a Semitic peoples. Next, Jeremy Bloom, followed by Omar Abid.
This is awful. It's terrible, and it's emotional, and I get wanting to focus on that emotion. President Mohammed, at the beginning of the meeting tonight, you said, why are we stuck on process? And Trustee Schmidt, you correctly responded, because when it gets chaotic, that's when we need our bylaws the most. The board's bylaws, section 1060, that's the code of conduct. You can't represent a narrow group. You have to represent the entire AAPS community as a whole. You have to do it equally and equitably. You have to represent me and my 2 students that tap in that way. Look around the room tonight. Listen to what you've heard. You cannot possibly do that. What words come to your mind when you hear what you heard tonight? And Trustee Basquet, what you said was questioning an apparent conflict of interest, and that's it, not
Thank
racism.
you. Thank you.
Next is Omar Abid, followed by Rueda Tutla. Omar Abid writes, hello, please vote yes for the ceasefire resolution. According to Oxfam, 250 Palestinians, mostly women and children, blown up every day. 750 Palestinians are starving to death every day. More than 177 school buses filled with children murdered with our tax money that can be better spent towards our schools here. I'm a physician and epidemiologist trained at U of M. Next is from Ruwaida Tutla, followed by Kristen Hayden.
Good evening, everyone. I'm not starting just yet because Kristen's going to speak before I do.
We're swapping order. Yeah. I'm here to read into the record a petition that you guys received today. It's the petition to denounce anti-Palestinian racism by AAPS trustee Susan Basquet. It's received 1,091 signatures, and I'll just read some of the text. A community member and school board president, Rima Mohammed, was faced with racist comments by Secretary Susan Basquet during the Ann Arbor Public Schools meeting on December 20th, 2023. No elected official should make such a prejudiced statement without being held accountable. If Secretary Basquet felt comfortable saying such bigoted comments during a public meeting, we can only imagine her sentiments in private. It is absolutely unacceptable to tell an elected official that their race, ethnicity, religion, national origin, or background means that they cannot be objective on a matter directly affecting their constituents and community. Therefore, the Ann Arbor community demands that 1, the AAPS board formally censure Secretary Basquet, 2, Secretary Basquet submit her resignation from AAPS.
So this petition denouncing anti-Palestinian remarks by an AAPS trustee has in less than 3 days garnered over 1,000 signatures. For a trustee to attack a fellow trustee's integrity by using her cultural identity is totally unacceptable. The remarks are deeply hurtful to the Ann Arbor community and harmful towards children in our schools. They reflect a real disregard for human tolerance. They provide a fertile ground for discrimination against any ethnic minority group. At this time, anti-Palestinian racism pervades our schools and our city. Trustee Susan Basquet's inappropriate remarks normalize this racism by giving it institutional cover. The petition asks you to censure Trustee Susan Basquet, and it demands that Trustee Basquet resign from her position. We hope you will stand up for inclusion and respect against hate and racism.
Thank you.
That concludes public commentary.
So I just wanted to ask, just to make sure, for those that signed up or maybe came late, I will allow you to speak, but you have to have signed up before 3 p.m. today. So am I missing anyone? Okay, thank you. I don't know. So again, thank you everyone for providing your input. And Ms. Jazz Parks, is there any clarifications?
No clarifications, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I know that for the report of associations, I think that was supposed to come right after public commentary. Are there any reports of associations?
We have one report from the Arab American Advisory Group, if that person is still here.
Is there anyone from the Arab Arab American Advisory Group.
Okay, they may have had to leave.
Okay, okay. Okay, so now I would like to just call a break as we transition from, and just so the audience knows, next we'll be doing the organizational meeting. That was a change to the agenda that we did earlier, and that's when we elect the officers. And then after that, we'll go back to the rest of the agenda, which is the presentation of the groups, as well as board action, which includes approval of administrative contracts, and then the discussing of the bilateral ceasefire resolution. But just wanted to clarify that because there was some confusion earlier. So I will call about a 10-minute break.
Keep it to 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10-minute break. So we'll be back at 10:21. So we're at the part of the organizational meeting. We will now move forward to the elections of officers. Trustees, I would like to review the nomination and voting process before we begin. Nominations of officers. Trustees may self-nominate, or a nomination may be offered from another trustee. Nominations may be offered prior to the meeting or during the time designated for nominations of that officer. Nominations will be open and closed individually for each officer position, and the board will vote immediately following the close of nominations for that position. For nomination statements, once nominations are closed, nominees may make a brief statement. Voting for officers, voting will occur using paper ballots. Each trustee will receive a paper ballot for each officer position and will write their own name and the name of their selected nominee on the ballot.
They actually don't need to write their own name. I have them already labeled with their names. Sorry.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you for making it easy for us. The ballot will be collected and read aloud by Mrs. Zinsky, stating the name of the trustee voting, or it's already there, and the trustee of whom they're voting for. If there are more than 2 nominees and no trustee has a majority of votes of the elected board members, then the nominee with the least number of votes who is not tied with any other member shall not continue into the next round. For election of officers, voting shall continue until one nominee receives the required number of votes. So the majority of the elected board members is 4 votes. The administering of oath of office following the vote for all officer positions, so president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer, Mrs. Zinsky will administer the oath of office. We will then break and continue the meeting following the oath of office. The board will take a short break, and the elected board president and vice president will take their seats as at the time, with the elected president presiding for the remainder of the meeting. So are there any questions? Trustee Basquette?
Madam President, as in past practices and per our bylaws, after the president is elected, he or she takes position immediately for the rest of the elections. That's been our practice. Are you offering an alternative practice here?
No, I mean, that's what was written out to us. So Mrs. Zinsky, is there any clarification?
Trustee Basquette is correct. Usually after the election of the president, they
I'm reading what was
switch
given.
seats at that time. My apologies.
Okay, and that's no problem. Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. So yeah, so they will take over and run the rest of the elections. Okay, so any other questions? Okay. So now I open the floor for nominations for president. Mrs. Zinsky, have you received any nominations for president?
I have not.
Okay. Any nominations? So I can say I would like to nominate Trustee Carajero for this position. You accept?
Yes, I accept. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, Trustee Schmidt?
I would like to nominate Trustee Feaster for the position.
Okay. Do you accept?
Whatever the pleasure of the board is. Thank you for the nomination.
Okay. Any other nominations? Okay. So we have Trustee Carajero and Trustee Feaster. The nominations for president are now closed. Would any of the nominees like to make a brief statement? Trustee Carajero?
No.
Okay. Okay. Trustee Feaster, any statement?
In the interest of keeping the meeting short, no, I'm fine.
Okay. So, okay, now we move to elect the board president. So, Mrs. Sinsky, can you pass
Mr.
the ballot?
Cooley will be around to distribute the ballots momentarily. We had multiple copies ready.
Thank you, sir.
I have pens if anyone needs them.
Instead of using
Trustee Caraharo votes for Caraharo. Trustee Feaster votes for Feaster. Trustee Basket votes for Feaster. Trustee Gaynor votes for Feaster. President Mohammed votes for Caraharo. Trustee Dupree votes for Feaster. And Trustee Schmidt votes for Feaster. Trustee Feaster, President's declaration. Congratulations. And we should probably quickly do the oath for Trustee Feaster and then switch. Does that sound amenable? Make sense? If you would just go to the center there, and then you'll raise your right hand and repeat after me. There we go. I state your name. Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will abide by the bylaws, rules, and regulations of my office as president to the best of my knowledge and ability. Congratulations.
All right.
And if trustee, you would take the seat, the nameplate. Help.
I'll get it. Take me a minute.
So I'll just assist. We'll wait momentarily while Trustee Feaster gets, President Feaster gets situated there. And
Thank you. I did not have my name.
we will have you run the rest of the election.
Okay, so I assume at this point we're calling for nominations for the office of Vice President?
That is correct.
Okay, are there any nominations for Vice President? Trustee Gaynor.
I nominate Trustee Caraharo.
Trustee Caraharo, do you accept the nomination?
No, I do not.
Okay. Are there any other Trustee Smith?
I'd like to nominate Trustee Dupre.
Thank you. Trustee Dupree, do you accept the nomination?
I do.
Okay. Are there any other nominations for the office of Vice President? Any other nominations? Seeing no other nominations, does she automatically assume office?
We still have to vote.
Okay. Mr. Cluey, will you pass the ballots, please?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. For the office of Vice President, Trustee Kara Harrow abstains. Trustee Gaynor votes for Dupree. Trustee Muhammad votes for Dupree. Trustee Basquette votes for Dupree. Trustee Schmidt votes for Dupree. Trustee Feaster votes for Dupree. And Trustee Dupree votes for Dupree. Trustee Dupree is now elected Vice President.
All right.
Congratulations. We'll do the oath of office for the remainder of positions at the end. Is that okay?
Okay. All right, I think we move down to the office of Secretary.
Yes.
Are there any nominations for Secretary? Trustee Muhammad.
So I would like to nominate Trustee Gaynor.
Okay. Trustee Gaynor, do you accept that nomination?
I do.
Okay. Trustee Basket?
Mr. Chair, President, excuse me, I'd like to nominate Trustee Muhammad.
Okay. Trustee Muhammad, do you accept? You do not?
No,
Okay.
I don't accept.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations for the office? Trustee Smith?
I'd like to nominate Trustee Besket.
Trustee Basket, do you accept that nomination?
No, thank you.
All right. Are there any other nominations for the office of Secretary? No other nominations? Then, Mr. Cluey, would you mind please passing out the ballots? Sir.
The office of Secretary. Trustee Dupree votes for Trustee Gaynor. Trustee Gaynor votes for Gaynor. Trustee Muhammad votes for Gaynor. Trustee Schmidt votes for Gaynor. Trustee Basquette votes for Gaynor. Trustee Feaster votes for Gaynor. Trustee Carharo abstains. Trustee
Congratulations.
Gaynor, you are elected secretary.
Congratulations, Trustee Gaynor. And now I believe we have to do treasurer. Are there any nominations for the office of treasurer? Trustee Dupree?
I'd like to nominate Trustee Schmidt.
Trustee Smith, do you accept that nomination?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations for the office of treasurer?
Well.
Any other nominations? Seeing there are no other nominations, Mr. Cluey, would you mind passing out the ballots, please?
One second.
Thank you again.
For the office of treasurer, Trustee Basket votes for Schmidt. Trustee Carrero abstains. Trustee Gaynor votes for Schmidt. Trustee Schmidt votes for Schmidt. Trustee Muhammad votes for Schmidt. Trustee Dupree votes for Schmidt. President Feaster votes for Schmidt. Trustee Schmidt is treasurer.
Congratulations.
If we could have the three officers, Vice President, Secretary, and Treasurer, stand in the center, and I will administer the oath. And if you'd raise your right hand and repeat after me, please. There we go. Okay. I state your name.
I, Susan Schmidt,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will abide by the bylaws, rules, and regulations
that I will abide by the bylaws, rules, and regulations
of my office as,
of my office as,
to the best of my knowledge and ability.
to the best of my knowledge and ability.
Congratulations.
That's it.
You handled it well. You did a good job.
So now,
Easter, we do notice that there is a break to transition, but we've already done that.
okay.
Yes.
So keep moving. Fair enough. Looks like based on our amended agenda, I think now we go down to the group presentations.
Yes.
Okay. The first group that we have listed is the Aspire group, I believe. Yes. Is the Aspire group present?
One moment, we'll get that going for you. Thank you so much.
Are you going to put up the slide presentation too?
We'll put that up and we'll run that for you. Yes. Just let us know when to change the slide.
Okay. So, good evening, trustees, Superintendent Parks, AAPS staff, and community members both here and at home. My name is Stacy Ebrin, and before I begin my remarks, I also want to thank my 9-year-old Xavier Thomas, who was not anticipating the agenda change tonight, but said to me, "Mommy, what you have to say is important, so I'll wait."
Yay. Thank you.
So I'm delighted to represent Ann Arbor school parents intent on racial equity tonight. Next slide. Aspire is a multiracial group of parents, caregivers, community leaders, and educators who are committed to advancing racial equity within Ann Arbor Public Schools. Our primary mission is to work to eliminate the achievement and opportunity gaps and to improve the educational experience for Black and Brown students in AAPS. To do this work, we advocate for the voices of Black and Brown families to be heard. Next slide. So we were founded in 2019, and we spent that year and the next year analyzing equity plans and community engagement models from across the country. We met with employees from communities that have successfully implemented policies to increase racial equity in their districts and to create lasting change. In 2021, we made recommendations to the Board of Education based on this work. In addition, we hold and sponsor free community anti-racism learning sessions and book groups. And our group has become a resource for families and students impacted by the racial inequities that exist in the district. Together, we lift up the voices of the people impacted with their permission. Next slide. So we're here tonight because we know that other districts have progressed further and faster to promote racial equity. As a district focused on excellence and as a community of the leaders and the best, we believe that we can do better. We need to do better, and our children deserve better. Partnership, community building, and parent empowerment is the way forward. And formal recognition from the board tonight will foster our connection and enhance our collective work towards advancing racial equity together. Thank you.
Thank you to the Aspire group. The next group I believe we have is the AAPS Jewish Community Advisory Group. At this time, if they would please come forward.
Good evening. I think we're probably waiting for our PowerPoint presentation as well. Thank you. Good evening, trustees and Superintendent Parks and all of the community members here. My name is Marcy Sue Kennick. I'm the parent of 3 Ann Arbor Public School students in 4th, 6th, and 9th grades. I'm a proud member of the Jewish community. And
hi, everybody. Hope you're still awake. My name is Sarah Rayful Winston. I go by she, her. I am also a proud member of the Jewish community, and I have 3 children in the Ann Arbor Public Schools, 8th grade, 6th grade, and 3rd grade.
we are grateful to be here tonight to present to you a formal request to be recognized as an official parent and family association of Ann Arbor Public Schools. We've been working for quite a while with input from many of our Jewish community members. The Jewish community consists of a widely diverse group spanning various affiliations, backgrounds, and races. The Jewish community has a strong shared history, shared experience, and shared culture. And we look forward to this opportunity to partner on behalf of our children and families. We're here tonight to share our mission, our goals, and some of our potential work to be done in collaboration with the district. They were developed in a series of meetings of interested Jewish parents. And I know that you all received this earlier today. So in the interest of time, we're not going to repeat it word for word and just try to share some highlights and summarize a bit. I do want to take a minute to read the mission. The Ann Arbor Public Schools Jewish Community Advisory Group is dedicated to advocacy and support for a collaborative and equitable education environment that promotes the physical and emotional safety, dignity, belonging, and well-being of all members of the Jewish community who are part of the Ann Arbor Public Schools. Thank you. Our first goal is to give parents of Jewish children a voice in school issues that impact their children. And I think this is quite encompassing of our other goals. Our goals also include working collaboratively and as a resource with the district in the following areas of curriculum, including Holocaust education, professional development, incidents of discrimination and anti-Semitism, issues of religious and cultural diversity, cultural sensitivity, and representing Jewish families around the district discussions and actions related to DEI. Our last goal is to collaborate with other parent advisory groups in support of an inclusive, equitable school community. Just to provide some context, and I think that's the next slide, a little bit of history is that discussion about forming a parent advisory group started with a small group of parents about 5 years ago, which seems like a whole different lifetime ago. There were a number of concerns raised by local parents at that time. They included concerns about Holocaust education, numerous anti-Semitic incidents, and a lack of cultural sensitivity related to the Jewish holiday calendar in scheduling of field trips and exams. Our work was a bit sidetracked during the COVID pandemic and put on the back burner just a bit. Last year, however, and into the fall, many of these similar concerns resurfaced, resulting in a group of parents joining forces to help with response. In August, about 60 parents gathered to discuss these issues and renewed their call for a Jewish community advisory group to help address these important issues. There's now an engaged group of almost 100 people. I'm going to turn the mic over to Sarah to talk a little bit more about our work to be done.
Just the next slide, please. So we just wanted to talk quickly about our leadership structure. So we are lucky to have 2 co-chairs for our advisory group. And then we have a leadership group of about 10 to 12 to help kind of focus our goals. And then we have about our full advisory group at this point is about 100. And every day we're gaining momentum and more people want to be involved and really help with the cause. Next slide. So you can put you can keep going all these up. So again, I don't need to go through each one, but I did want to highlight a couple of different pieces. So the first one is the second bullet on the left, serving as a resource for classroom sessions about Jewish holidays and culture. I think that that there are lots of people in the Jewish community that would like to work with teachers and principals on how can the Jewish community be represented in classrooms and in conversations. And this would be a delight for us to really serve as a resource. And then the second one that I wanted to highlight is on the next page. Is about the one on the right, serving as a liaison between the board and the Jewish community, providing up-to-date reports on advisory program developments and initiatives. Our goal is to be a partner with all of you. We know your task is large and that you have lots of those things on your list. And so our goal is really to be a partner with you, to really be able to serve Jewish families and Jewish children that are in the district. So we really appreciate you listening and thank you very much. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to the AAPS Jewish Community Advisory Group. And I believe the next group on the agenda is the AAPS Muslim Advisory Group. If those members might come forward, we can hear their presentation, please.
Good evening. Am I the last person on your agenda tonight?
We got a little bit more to do.
Not that that makes me feel better. I'll be waiting for my slides as well. Good evening to the board members. And to those of you that have stuck it out to this time, congratulations.
It's still early.
It is. My name's Hassan Shanawani. I'm a proud member of the city of Ann Arbor for about 20 years with 3 students in the Ann Arbor school system, including one at Skyline currently. parent, I've joined the Muslim Advisory Group here to express my appreciation to all of you for your ongoing commitment to inclusivity and community engagement. And I'm sharing our proposal this evening and asking you humbly to approve our advisory group. We have some prepared remarks that I'll go through. We'll be going through some basic history about who the Ann Arbor Muslim community is, what we are asking of the Ann Arbor School Board, and how we believe we could support AAPS. And I think you'll find it similar to what was already presented from other organizations, and we would love to work in harmony with all of those. Next slide. These are my 3 children. This is the 2016 Skyline graduation. These are my 3 daughters, including my youngest, who is now a freshman at Skyline. The Muslim community is one of the largest traditions in the world. They number about 3.5 million in the United States. The population in Washtenaw County is about 2%, or approximately 7,000 people, which is double the national average actually in other areas. The Muslim community in this part of the country happens to be particularly large. As one of the larger cities in Ann Arbor, which is generally diverse, there are a number of businessmen, businesses and others. We don't have official data. The US Census by design does not collect data on religious communities, but there are other organizations. I think ISP was previously mentioned as one of them. The Muslim community comes from around the world. About 70% of them are either immigrants or children of immigrants. I think there is a stereotype that most Muslims are Arab, but Arab Muslims actually make up only about 10% of the US Muslim population. The Muslim community in America has a long, somewhat poorly known and understudied history, I would argue. Although they are described historically as an immigrant faith community, Muslims have been part of US history since the colonial times. Some of this is somewhat dark. For example, historical estimates from studies that were actually done by scholars here at the University of Michigan suggest that between 20 to 30% of enslaved Africans brought to colonial America were Muslim, and among the many things that were suppressed on US plantations included the expression of Muslim faith. Today, American Muslims are one of the few faith communities that actually have no majority race, with about 25% being white, 18% Asian, 18 to 20% Arab, 10 to 15% Black or African American, 7% mixed, and about 5% Hispanic. Next slide. We want to take a moment to acknowledge the history of AAPS with its acknowledgement of religious organizations. And we want to stand side by side in solidarity with the Jewish community. We recognize that sometimes race and religion are often conflated and difficult to manage. Muslims are a religious group with legal rights to practice that should be accommodated, which is often pragmatically difficult to realize. Students themselves often don't know these rights, and many of them are embarrassed candidly to ask. They just don't want to appear different from their peers. Sometimes these accommodations come to them with consequences that disadvantage them in other areas. Our group aims to work with the public school district to help mitigate many of these inequities. At the same time, Muslims are also a racialized minority that face a number of instances of structural racism. It's noteworthy that some of this manifests that often non-Muslims are also racialized as Muslims. Historically, that's been impacted people such as non-Muslim South Asians and Arab Christians. We would argue that Islamophobia is a form of racism, and Muslims would benefit from identity-based services outside the religious practice that support them and works to eradicate this discrimination, overt and latent, conscious and unconscious. There are a number of examples on the next slide. We believe that there are a number of ways that the school board could support Muslim students. Protection from harassment. Recently, unfortunately, there was an incident that you may be well aware of where a staff or faculty member referred to a Muslim student as a terrorist. Recently, there was the religious headgear known as the hijab that was ripped off of one of the students at one of our schools. We believe that, like other communities, the Muslim community would benefit from equity and religious accommodation. So, for example, national standardized tests overlap with fasting obligations during the Muslim month of Lent, known as Ramadan. There is currently no clear structure or process to support holiday observations. For example, one of the elementary schools had a major after-school event on the Muslim holiday of Eid, even though it's ostensibly acknowledged as a 3-star holiday. Thankfully, with some effort from a number of parents, that was intervened. We would hope that there may be proactive steps to prevent future events such as that. And we believe that there is an opportunity to support Ann Arbor students during potential discussion and teaching of current events that are faced by global communities, such that there could be principles of effective dialogue and shared values. We believe that we have 6 ways that we believe we could support the Ann Arbor School Board, and that is our final slide. We believe that we could illuminate the distinctive needs and challenges faced by the American Muslim community in the U.S. and generally, Michigan, Washtenaw County, and Ann Arbor. We could recommend and support ongoing strategies to infuse inclusivity and cultural awareness into Ann Arbor's public policies and programs. We would love to work with you to develop the structure and process that support the expression of religion by observant Muslims as well as other religious minorities, such as dress, recurring ritual worship, and holidays and celebrations. We would love to cultivate open and constructive dialogue between the Muslim community and local faculty and staff. And overall, we would look forward to collaborating with you on initiatives that celebrate our shared values and contribute to the overall prosperity of the Ann Arbor community. And on a personal note, I just wanted to say, I know that it's been a very long night. I appreciate the good work of the people and the challenge. And I can just say, just God bless a country where we can stand here together like this and speak in a fashion like this and walk away as neighbors. Thank you for your time. Good evening.
Thank you very much to the AAPS Muslim Advisory Group. My understanding is that at this time we're going to bring these items back later and to contemplate their approval. So with that said, thank you all for your time this evening. We will come back at a later time to decide how we want to move forward. I believe we're moving down next to the board action items. I don't know if Interim Superintendent Parks wants to jump in and tell us what's up.
Sure, absolutely. I'll start, trustees, with the first recommendation. So before I do that, I would like to extend a sincere thank you to the staff and employee resource groups, parents, et cetera, who served on the multiple interview committees through several rounds of interviews for each of these candidates that are being recommended to you tonight. Trustees, you'll recognize the contract as the standard contract that we use for cabinet level positions. The first recommendation this evening, I am pleased to recommend Ms. Shantae Langford as Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources and Employee Relations. Ms. Langford has worked as an administrator in the human resources field her entire career, including 22 years in public schools. She served as Assistant Director of Human Resources for Ann Arbor Public Schools and then transitioned to Van Buren after 9 years here in the district, where she served in multiple roles, including as interim superintendent there. She went from Van Buren Public Schools to Wayne County. We were able to be lucky enough to have Ms. Langford come back at that time to Ann Arbor Public Schools from Wayne County in the position as Executive Director of Human Resources and Employee Relations. Ms. Langford left the district about 1.5 years ago for a move up in position to Chief Human Resource Officer in Plymouth Canton Public Schools. And we're pleased at this time that she has been selected to return to Ann Arbor Public Schools here. She holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in Telecommunications from Michigan State University and a Master of Arts degree in Human Resources Administration from Central Michigan University. She recently received Organizational Inclusion and Diversity Certification from Michigan State and Leading for Equity and Justice Certification from Eastern Michigan University. Trustees, Ms. Langford brings a depth and breadth of professional skills and experience in all areas of human resources in a school district with dedication and commitment. And we are fortunate to have her as the recommended candidate to lend her strength and expertise here to our Ann Arbor Public Schools again.
Thank you, Superintendent Parks. At this time, Trustee Gaynor.
Thank you. This is the first time I've seen this information. It was on the agenda. I haven't had a chance to speak with Ms. Parks about either of these positions. I'm familiar with them. Please make no inferences about my feelings toward their qualifications, but I would like to ask or move if that's required, that we put off a decision for next week, just as we do with most important issues, so we can get feedback from the staff and community. These positions begin February 6th, so having this vote January 24th still gives us enough time for that transition. Unless there's any reason either by consensus or I'll make a motion to let me make a motion to to postpone this vote until next Wednesday's meeting.
Second that.
That's seconded by Trustee Smith.
I would just simply note that one of the positions is slated to begin January 29th, one
Oh, it
February
is?
6th,
Okay.
one January 29th.
Okay. Does that change your motion, Trustee Gaynor, at all?
Which one?
It would be
The
Ms. Langsford.
Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources is slated to begin January 29th.
Okay.
I don't expect it to be turned down, so I would still ask that this be voted on next week.
Thank you. Trustee Smith, you still second?
No.
Is there a second to Trustee Gaynor's? Trustee Carahero?
I would second it, but I would like to clarify of whether or not you're making the motion on both positions.
I'd like to make the motion on
or
both.
just the position that we've
On
looked at.
both positions.
Your motion is to adjourn voting on both positions until next week's meeting.
Right.
I'll second.
And Trustee Carahero seconds. Is there any other discussion on it? Trustee Basket?
President Feaster, I do have a question regarding one of the sections of the contract and just want to know, Ms. Parks, what would be best to deal with. May we speak, you and I, about this one concern, and you can take it back to the potential employee to see if she accepts the proposed change before we come back to the board?
Excuse me.
Or
I don't mind the questions. I just want to say, pardon me, that I still think we should have the discussion and questions. So it's a question of whether we just deal with the motion first or not, but I don't want to preempt discussion on this. So continue on.
I'm done. Thank you.
So Trustee Basket, can you clarify your question one more time for me?
No, I
please?
think it would be better if you and I talked separately
Okay.
offline. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Trustee Carahero?
I just don't understand why it has to be a private conversation. We have a contract in front of us. We've all read it. You have a suggestion or an inquiry. Why would you go behind the scene now and make the inquiry individually when the seven of us are sitting here and we could hear it too? Maybe it's something we totally don't agree with and we can move on if we so chose to. But to say that I would prefer to take it behind closed doors and have a one-on-one conversation first, I don't think quite is in the spirit of transparency, nor do I think it serves our public.
Trustee Basket?
So for clarity, Trustee Carahero, if I heard Trustee Gaynor correctly, he did not have the opportunity to read the contract. So I think it's presumptuous of you to say that we've all read it. It is my right to talk with the superintendent about anything. So once we have that conversation, and as you may have the conversation about anything, I am fully capable and willing to talk about what we talked about in full transparency.
That's great. I'd love to hear the filtered version.
Any other discussion?
So to clarify,
Trustee Dupree?
to clarify, the motion is to postpone action on both of these items until our next meeting on the 24th. One of the positions is slated to start that following Monday on the 20th.
Correct.
Roger.
Trustee Basket?
So thank you, Trustee Dupree. So that raises the question, are we treating this as first briefing to vote upon it at the next meeting? So I don't want to delay or potentially put anybody's start date at risk. What is the thought here?
That's how I would see it. That's how I would.
I'm sorry, please clarify, Trustee Gaynor.
That's how I would see it, that this would be a first briefing and then we'd have the second briefing and vote next week.
Any further discussion? All right, Ms. Osinski?
Trustee Gaynor?
Yes.
Trustee Basquette?
Yes.
Trustee Dupree?
Yes.
Trustee Muhammad?
Yes.
Trustee Carahero?
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes.
President Feaster?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Trustee Gaynor?
Yeah, thank you all. The salary set for both these positions are about $173,000. Do you have the current salaries for the people in this position?
Of current employees, or do you mean across other districts like
No,
comparables?
current employees in AAPS that are.
We do have current salaries of current employees, yes.
Could you happen to know what these positions pay at this point?
Not without referencing something else, yeah.
Mr. Carroll?
Although we did motion to vote on both of these next week, if we could please get the same introduction that we had on the second one, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. I'm happy to do that. So I'm also happy to make the recommendation for Concetta Lewis as the new Assistant Superintendent of the Office of Special Education. Ms. Lewis was also in the district prior. She has been in Rochester Public Schools for the past 5 years as Assistant Superintendent of Special Education. She served as a special education classroom teacher and teacher consultant for over 13 years. Since 2006, she has worked as a director of special education, a director of student support services, and an assistant director, as well as an interim executive director of student intervention and support services here in Ann Arbor Public Schools, prior to going to an elevated role in Rochester as assistant superintendent. Ms. Lewis holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in elementary and special education from Michigan State University, a Master of Science in Administration in Human Resources from Central Michigan University, and she received her Ed Specialist in Educational Leadership from Saginaw Valley State University. So again, it is with great honor I make the recommendation for Ms. Lewis as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Parks.
Absolutely.
Trustee Basquette, sorry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I forgot to mention, I am very excited to have both of these ladies back. I have worked more with Ms. Langford over the years versus Ms. Lewis, but I know them both, and I am exceptionally pleased that we are able to get these ladies both back in our district. They represented our staff and worked with our students well. And again, I want to give kudos to Interim Superintendent for being able to negotiate this ability to have them. So thank you, ladies. Looking forward to seeing you all again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Smith?
And I, too, was a teacher under Ms. Concetta. She was an interim person here. Great person. I think it'll be great to have her back.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. There's no action to be had on this, I believe, so we can just move down to the next item, which I believe is 5D, the adoption of the resolution calling for a bilateral ceasefire. Is there any comment or motion? Trustee Basquette, excuse me.
That's okay. So, Mr. President, I would like to move that we remove this item from the agenda and from discussion in reaction to, again, our petition that we have received from Ann Arbor communities or people self-proclaiming to be affiliated with our district of over 1,800 families, or signatures, excuse me. Thank you.
Trustee Smith?
I second that motion.
Any discussion on the motion by Trustee Basquette? Any discussion? Seeing none?
I would like to say something.
Oh, Trustee Smith?
In my remarks at the last meeting, I stated that the Michigan's revised school code and the Michigan Constitution, Public Act 451 of 1976, states that the roles and responsibilities expected of elected Board of Education members includes recruiting, hiring, evaluating the performance of a superintendent, establishing policy for the district vision, long and short-term goals, adopting policies governing employee compensation packages, determining school faculty needs, evaluating the performance of the board, and others. What it doesn't do is ask us to make decisions on geopolitical issues. It's clear to me passing a resolution on this issue, this situation in the Middle East is not in our purview. Clear to me this evening, and it makes me very sad that it's serving to divide our learning community. What is under our purview are the policies we have set forth in our Rights and Responsibilities Handbook that applies to students, staff, and parents. Policy 5010 talks about non-discrimination, 5800, anti-bullying and cyberbullying, and also tells about prohibited acts of discrimination and harassment. These policies are the board's business. We need to continue to be vigilant to educate on these policies and have an ongoing dialogue with these groups of people that came and were so passionate this evening to improve these policies and procedures. I would also encourage the people that feel passionate about this, as I feel very passionate about not wanting to see people die in war. And I think no matter what your religion, your race, whatever, most of us can agree on peace. But I know that the decision makers on this for the U.S. are sitting in Washington. And I've put together a sheet that I'll make available. I'll just leave it on the stage down here, of all the people that I believe are the decision makers and can have some impact on people like Anthony Blinken and people like that. So that is why I'm supporting the motion of removing this so that we don't have to divide us. We have so much work to do to bring us together. Thank you.
Trustee Muhammad.
Okay. So honestly, I kind of expected that there would be a motion to try to remove a resolution like this. But I want to share my words as far as why this resolution is important. When we brought the resolution forward, there was resistance to passing a ceasefire resolution that represents the vulnerable and marginalized voices in our Ann Arbor community. It is significant that Ann Arbor City Council passed a ceasefire resolution recently. And now, as a school district, we need to support this resolution. I just wanted to share that my decision, because I've heard some comments earlier about conflict and why this is important, again, to pass this. My decision as a board member on this resolution is not based on my personal views, but based on the community's concerns and their voices that we've heard here. I understand why you're saying, well, ceasefire, it's divisive, it's controversial. What is a ceasefire? It's a call to help ease the pain for everyone. A call for a ceasefire is to promote peace, promote humanity, and promote moving forward. A call for ceasefire is to promote coexistence. Our school community should be able to say, violence and war are not the answer. A ceasefire says we can call for peace because, in the words of Martin Luther King, the end we seek is a society at peace with itself, a society that can live with its conscience. I couldn't, in my conscience, make anyone feel threatened. It's important for me to make the community safe. And we should be able, why it's important that it is a school issue, because we should be able to teach our children approaches to stopping violence, taking the side of peace. And I know that you're saying this is not in our purview. While City Council unanimously agreed that the war is a local issue because of how it impacts residents here, as you've heard here. The war has made people feel unsafe. It has also resulted in people being silenced, as we're seeing here by removing the ceasefire resolution, intimidated, and at risk for losing jobs. And the school board's conversation is about whether it's a local issue in our schools too. It does impact our students, as we've heard, teachers, staff, and parents for similar reasons. and how to help the whole AAPS community during a polarizing time. I believe the safety and well-being of all members of our school community is paramount, and that includes Muslims, Jews, Arabs, Israelis, Palestinians, and all other group identities. And I wanted to stress why this resolution is important, because as a parent of Palestinian children through AAPS, I do want the violence to stop in Gaza and Israel. But I want all students, if we truly care about inclusivity, all students feel valued, loved, and part of the community. And that's not what I'm seeing here. Growing up, I didn't have that. I felt unseen and unheard, and my identity was not valued. I don't want any children, including mine, to have those struggles. This resolution says that kids who have names like mine are seen, heard, and valued. Their life is important too. All children in our school system deserve this. And I do believe that this whole community is impacted. There's safety concerns, fear of speaking, generational trauma, mental health, and the feeling of not being supported by our elected officials. We are elected to represent the entire community, and the community is hurting and not heard. And now we're seeing racism, discrimination in our schools, among our community, among even fellow electeds. This ongoing conflict abroad is leading to increase in racism and discrimination locally. It is impacting our students and families' mental health. And to address that, we need to say, as a school district, violence is not right. We also do need to address how the ongoing conflict abroad is impacting our teachers. And we need to support our teachers being able to support our students and families that are struggling. We need a plan to support the wonderful teachers too, including professional development, training, and balanced resources for them to use in the classroom, which is an important part of this resolution that we don't have anywhere else. We cannot shirk our mission to educate and lead by example. When events are impacting our schools, students, and families, we do need to support our community, and that includes the teachers, staff, administrators. And we need to say no to violence, discrimination, and fear. We do need a call for peace, coexistence, education, and promote our shared humanity. And that is why it is important, as we've heard from many, that we do have to, I'm not going to support tabling or removing this ceasefire resolution. Of course, we can modify it in some ways to make sure that all voices are heard, but I don't support that because this is needed right now to be able to heal the community. So.
Thank you, Trustee Muhammad. So we have a motion on the table by Trustee Basquet, and then a second by Trustee Smith. I saw Trustee Basquet's hand go up, and then Trustee Gainer's hand go up.
Trustee Basket can go next, and I'll go.
Thank you. My problem with this proposed, I have many concerns, as I've already stated before, regarding this proposed resolution. But let's start with what is the real problem that this proposed resolution is to solve. If you are talking about safety, and first of all, let me say, Trustee Muhammad, I am sorry you had issues as a child in facing discrimination. Welcome to our world. Black and brown students, we have had the same issue. I'm sorry, President Feaster, may I go on?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Please, quiet so Trustee Basket can finish.
I understand that, but this is not going to solve that. This is a piece of paper with words. I wish that words would...
quiet. Let Trustee Basket finish her statement.
Documents would resolve and make everyone feel safe. No bully, nobody who's going to hurt another child is going to stop because the Ann Arbor Board of Education passed a ceasefire resolution. What is the problem that we are trying to resolve here? Why, if we are truly focused on students, why is this called a ceasefire? Or maybe now it's called a bilateral ceasefire. The folks overseas are not going to care what the Ann Arbor Board of Education says. There are professionals, and Trustee Schmidt has mentioned, there are people who really know how to do their job regarding this. They're not going to listen to us. And as others have pointed out, we are not subject matter experts in this area. So I have an issue with the title, an issue with what are we really trying to solve. In our district, and I've asked this before and I have not gotten responses, we have anti-discrimination policies. We have anti-bullying policies. We have training for staff to deal with this. Are we perfect? Absolutely not. But tell me what this policy will do that our current policies already don't have in place. My next concern, is this resolution forcing our educators into positions of harm? What if a teacher does not want to hold a discussion on this topic for whatever reason? Have we spoken to our union leadership? Is this going to be reflected in his or her, the teacher's, performance evaluation? How are teachers dealing with this now? And maybe we need to discuss what they need should they decide to do whatever regarding this topic. Trustee Gaynor, I understand you have a curriculum. Have you shared that curriculum? Have people asked to talk about that curriculum? Is it possible to get that? Perhaps we should have a discussion about that. And another point, and I don't want to belabor the conversation here, but what happened to the clause of do no harm? Trustees here feel that passing this resolution will help protect or save children, but what about the other families who've said that this has already caused concern for their children? We represent all children in our district, all children in our district. So is it right that we say we're going to pass this to save one set of children, where other families are saying, hey, my children don't feel safe now that you would pass this? I think we need to have more conversation with this. We as a board have other issues to address, and let me run through them real briefly, given the time. We need to hire a superintendent. What we have done is made our narrative, our profile, not look so good to attractive superintendents here. This has been a divisive issue. We've heard it in the community. We've seen it in our community. Now, regarding the increase in racism at a local level, I'd like to see the data before I would believe that. We can assume, but again, where's our data? I don't see how this resolution really will deal with this. Getting back to what else we need to do. We need to hire a superintendent. We need to address a $10 million shortfall in our budget. And we need to continue to hire those positions that are still currently vacant. And let's not forget, we have negotiations coming up this year. We need to assure our community, our teaching community, our support staff, that the $10 million shortfall will not be off their backs. So we as board members need to have a conversation and a real discussion on what we're going to do. We've got a lot of other stuff to do, folks. And I just don't think that this resolution is really going to help move us forward in the things that we have to do. This is a nice to do. I think our anti-discrimination policies, our anti-bullying policies, the work that our district has done with our staff regarding how to address those needs, we have that. Again, if we need to improve this, let's talk about it. But I do not believe that this resolution will really solve the problem that folks think it will solve, that folks think or want them to solve. Well, I'll end there.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, President Feaster.
Trustee Gaynor.
Thank you. Listening to the community conversation over the last month and tonight, I conclude that I am ignorant and naive. How can a statement calling for the cessation of killing, one that holds no authority or power, produce passionate calls of approval for its courage from so many people, and from so many others, intense and heartfelt criticism? You'd think we are calling for the annihilation of an entire people, or excusing the killing of an entire population, depending on which side is talking. What the resolution says is this: please stop killing each other. Not that we can stop you. I am truly puzzled and intrigued by the heightened response. Here is my view. During my 5 years of Hebrew school leading up to my bar mitzvah, I donated money to plant trees in Israel. Much of my moral compass is based on what I learned during sermons in synagogue every Saturday morning. I was horrified by the attack by Hamas on October 7th. I stated my criticism of their actions publicly. I have also publicly given my criticism of the Israeli reaction and response. You know how much destruction it has caused and how many lives have been lost? I firmly believe that the action of the Israeli government has not made anyone safer, even inside Israel. If anything, violence begets more violence. I will not defend Hamas. It is not an agent for peace. Neither is Netanyahu's government. I also want to make clear that political criticism in itself is not anti-Semitic. I firmly believe that Palestinian lives are as worthy as Israeli lives. I grieve for all lives that have been lost. To me, it is a moral imperative to call for a ceasefire. But the resolution contains additional clauses that are particularly important to the AAPS community. Students need to feel heard and supported, and to be informed. Anti-Semitism and Islamophobia have to be opposed. Teachers need to have the ability, quote, to facilitate informed and respectful dialogue about the conflict, aiming to foster a deeper understanding among students and staff, and to combat misinformation and prejudice, unquote. I've heard where both teachers and students have been told they're not to discuss this. As a former teacher, this is anathema. These quotes guide my action. We must take sides. Neutrality helps the oppressor, never the victim. Silence encourages the tormentor, never the tormented. This is from Elie Wiesel. Demanding an end to this inexcusable violence is a question of basic humanity, and we call on everyone who can do so. Silence is complicity. Greta Thunberg. And of course, to those who say it's not the school board's place, where else have I heard people being told, stay in your place? From Martin Luther King, the time is always right to do what is right. It is said that this resolution will only create division in the community. However, the division, sadly, already exists, as we see tonight and have over the last month and longer. The resolution does provide a forum for people to speak up, and I assert this is a good thing. However, to date, we have mostly spoken past each other, where instead we need to listen to each other, to find a shared empathy. In truth, Jews have been historically persecuted, so yes, they are on guard against any level of attack. Palestinians have been dismissed from their land and from having a voice. They speak up loud and clear when given the chance. Both groups feel powerless, and for good reason. I have been asking if we can now use that to our advantage, truly have conversations with each other. This has happened here and elsewhere, but it is clear that it needs to be bigger. I will do all I can to facilitate this, and groups on both sides have offered to assist. We've gotten it by email, we heard from groups tonight. Please reach out to me if you are interested. We have to find a way to find our common humanity, not only in the Middle East, but here as well. And again, I think it's extremely important we hold the vote on this resolution tonight.
Thank you, Trustee Gainer. I saw Trustee Muhammad, then Trustee Smith, then Trustee Carrero. Trustee Muhammad.
Okay. So first of all, I did want to address Trustee Baskett's comment. And I did want to stress that, honestly, you are the least objective on this issue, especially after hearing you say anti-Palestinian comments towards me at the last meeting, which has harmed the Palestinian, Muslim, and Arab community. So you should recuse yourself from the process. And then, honestly, this move is very cowardly. It shows that you don't want to address the issues that are facing our Palestinian and Jewish communities here. So it's better to go through it and support these communities than rather, hide behind trying to remove this. And lastly, we are seeing discrimination. I mean, what this resolution is really addressing, again, a call for peace and humanity, a call for education, for students to feel that they're seeing themselves in the curriculum. And I know for a fact we are not seeing that with Palestinians. But also, again, that is very important. And also for discrimination. You're actually doing more harm by not passing this resolution because it feels that you are okay with making a vulnerable community feel further unsafe. And we are seeing that through incidents, as we saw through public commentary for the past few months. So I ask you, trustees, and as elected officials, to not hide and actually look at this resolution. If we have to modify it, we do. But I do ask that we do move this forward. And again, I'm not going to agree with removing this resolution.
Thank you, Trustee Muhammad. Trustee Smith, I believe, did not have her hand raised, so Trustee Carahero, would you please?
I can understand why some of you might argue that this is out of our purview. I can also understand why some of you fellow trustees might decide to vote no. What I can't understand is why you would motion to take it off the table. That's the part that's getting me a little bit. And to be honest with you, we've had a month to look at this thing. We heard from our community today. We've made some tweaks to the language already. To take it off the table now is basically like turning your back not only on those folks who are being killed, but it's also turning your back on the many in the community who came out here tonight to talk on both sides of this issue. I do see this as a motion that's pretty cowardly. I'm pretty ready to vote. I don't think we need to discuss it. I think based on our comments, most of the community is fairly clear on how they might feel about it, and we're not out of that. I think most of us are also fairly clear on how we stand on the resolution. So if we could please vote on it, as opposed to turn our back on it, I think our community would really appreciate that. One more thing I'll say is that I do agree that not passing this motion isn't going to do a whole lot for the folks over there. But I think we have enough evidence to show that passing it, or again, not passing it, will do a whole lot for the people here. And that's the whole point of it being a local community issue. I don't think all of these folks would be out here today if they didn't think it was a local issue too. On that, I'd like to call the question.
Thank you, Trustee Carrero.
So, no, I'm good. So clarifying, we are voting on the motion to remove it from the agenda, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So right
I
now
called the
there's a
question,
call
so
to question.
first we're voting
First
on
we'll
the
call the question, then we'll vote
Call the
out.
question.
Okay. Ms. Osinski?
We have a
Second.
Carahero and Greener seconds, and I'll take the roll call on calling the question. Trustee Gaynor?
Yes.
Trustee Basquette?
Yes.
Trustee Dupree?
Yes.
Trustee Muhammad?
Yes.
Trustee Carahero?
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes.
President Feaster?
Yes.
Motion carries. Now we vote on the removing the item from the agenda. Moved by Trustee Basquette, second by Trustee Schmidt. And we'll go through the roll call. I'm sorry.
Moved by Schmidt, right?
No,
move
Oh,
by
Basquette.
Basquette.
Second by
Sorry.
Smith.
Trustee Gaynor?
The vote to remove the agenda, no.
Yes. Trustee Basquette?
Yes.
Trustee Dupree?
No.
Trustee Muhammad?
No.
Trustee Carahero?
No.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes.
Trustee Feaster?
No.
Motion fails.
So I believe we still have the motion on the table from last week for the bilateral.
Motion to adopt the resolution, yes.
Okay. Trustee Dupree?
Yeah, so I just had a couple of things to say. We've all had time to really think through things and what would kind of be like the best alternative that we could possibly come up with right now. So I just want to say, as the only veteran on the board, I want to be clear and I want it to be understood that my perspective of the Israeli-Palestinian war is influenced by seeing the outcome of war while serving in Iraq for the United States Army as a mortuary affairs specialist. My mission included treating every human being who came through our mortuary, through our morgue, with dignity, honor, and respect, no matter their race, ethnicity, or affiliation. The bothersome part about the decision we have to make tonight is that we are in a lose-lose situation. No matter what choice we make, it will make a part of our community feel unheard, dismissed, and alienated. The most bothersome part is our need to clarify what authority we have as board members in the classroom, which we have little to no influence on how things are actually implemented at the building level or the classroom level. With that, I want to be able to understand, I want to be able to say that I second what Trustee Mohammed said in the New York Times, and I also recognize this as a symbolic gesture. This is a gesture to acknowledge collective pain and suffering through an official statement from the board, which is the definition of a resolution. At its nuts and bolts, it is a statement from the board. So what do we want to say? Using my lens as a social worker, I told many people who I talked to, who shared their perspectives, gave their insights, that the key to this is to find a place where we can meet, and that is a place that we can walk together. What I heard is that nobody agrees with the unjust bombing of civilians. No one agrees with holding civilians hostage. No one is blind to nor in support of the present humanitarian crisis that's currently unfolding in Palestine. That is the place in which we can meet and a place we can walk together. Now, the other day, which has been brought up several times, the Ann Arbor City Council passed a similar resolution that didn't necessarily make everybody happy, but in places it did adequately represent a collective pain. So I sent the email out to my colleagues, and the email is a link to the text of the resolution. There's a part of this resolution that says, the Ann Arbor City Council, shout out to the council, calls for immediate, lasting bilateral ceasefire, release of all hostage, and unrestricted humanitarian aid to the levels recommended by the United Nations for the Palestinian people. I think that this one line is actually worded very well in a way that it collectively represents both sides. And if there is a possible way that we can do that within our resolution, I feel like that it would, again, not make everybody happy, but it will, again, kind of adequately represent that collective pain. So I just wanted to direct my colleagues to the email I sent so you guys can look over it and kind of tell me what your thoughts are, but that's where I'm at right now.
Trustee Carrera?
Just want to get a clarification, Trustee Dupree. Are you recommending that that be a friendly amendment?
Roger, I am. And then if you want...
We don't have a motion on the table at this point.
Oh, I thought that was, we picked up with the original motion.
Well, is there a motion then?
Okay, so I'll motion to adopt this resolution.
Okay. Is there support?
Do I have a second?
Trustee Dupree supports. And then Trustee Carrera was asking about a friendly amendment to that motion.
Absolutely. So let me try to pull up, because I sent the email.
If you would share that with Mr. Cluley, Trustee Dupree, then we can get that up on the screen if you would like.
Roger. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay with, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, y'all.
President Feaster?
Yes.
If I may, I'll clarify. Trustee Dupree, could you please advise us where you would like to put that in the current resolution?
Roger. So where it says now, therefore, be it resolved.
Hang on, I'm sorry. Is it possible, Ms. Osinski and Mr. Cluley, to put the resolution on the
Yeah,
screen?
but my handwriting. I just need to look at.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Should have asked that earlier.
Oh, here it is. So where it says, now therefore be it resolved, the Ann Arbor Public School Board of Education expresses support for a bilateral ceasefire in Israel and Gaza, releasing all hostages and unrestricted humanitarian aid to the levels recommended by the United Nations for the Palestinian people. it would still continue to say the exact same thing as it did. That would be the only line that I would add.
Hang on, trustee, I can't hear you. You're a
Sorry.
little too fast and not clear or loud enough for me.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Okay, here. Okay,
So is that the first bullet?
Yep. So that first bullet
Under the
where
whereas.
I put it in there.
So you would strike that the current first bullet?
Right. So what it struck was it just said bilateral ceasefire in Gaza and Israel. What it would replace that with is that statement that's at the very top for a bilateral ceasefire, release of all hostages, unrestricted humanitarian aid, the levels recommended by the United Nations for Palestinian people.
You're striking that whole section.
Yep. So it's just that first bullet. So as you can see, that's what was struck at the bottom.
It's the first bullet.
Like right there at the bottom where it says bilateral ceasefire in Israel and Gaza, that's what was stricken from the original document. And what is placed there is what I'm proposing that we amend. Because again, like I said, once I read their resolution, the fact that it went over well for the most part, and then it did have this statement that kind of represented this collective, like I said, the collective pain. So
I just have a quick. Did this, Trustee Dupree, did this come from the Ann Arbor City Council resolution?
it did. Yeah, I sent the link
Thank you.
to the text.
That's
from
all.
that, so.
I just want to
For sure.
clarify. Thank you.
Trustee Carroll?
Is it possible that we could see a version without all the crossouts in its current
Yeah.
form so that we could just get our minds around the language that we're actually voting on? So I don't think we need to see all the edits. So if we could change just our view to see the edited version. Do that.
Trustee Dupree has to do that.
Oh, I do?
No, I mean without the crossouts because
Oh,
we're
how
not
do I
going
do
to
that?
approve something that has a crossout.
I don't know. Can you do it? I'm sorry, I'm not.
Could-
Google
Trustee
Doc,
Muhammad.
proficient.
So I think, Trustee Dupree, is this your version?
So this is the one that we were originally sent out that we were marking
Okay. So can we edit through the original version so that doesn't get so confusing?
up. Okay.
Does that help?
Uh,
Because then we can see
Thank
what
you.
the edits we're doing.
There's a link in the agenda, and we'll get there. One
Okay,
moment.
no problem.
Thank you.
Can I add another friendly? Well, do you have to
there
approve
it
hers
is. I
first?
think I did.
You have to accept yours.
I would love to accept the friendly amendment when it looks clear to me.
Okay. Can I
Thank you,
add
Trustee
another
Carroll.
friendly amendment, or do we?
Please go
There
ahead.
it is.
Okay.
There it is.
So one friendly amendment I did want to add, because like I heard, I want to try to make this as inclusive as possible. For the second bullet, I would love to add,
Zoom in.
let me see where this is. So I'd love to add that, so condemns hate speech and discrimination. The board firmly condemns any form of hate speech, including Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. Wait, hold on. Sorry. Give me a second. Oh, there was another. Just pause. I am looking at the wrong
Okay, let's
graph.
work on this
So
first
let's just
bullet
work on
first.
that one. Hold on.
Let's
do
work
the
on the
first
first
one.
bullet. And
Yep. So the
Keep it
first
clean.
one.
Do we need to make a change in the title? Are there other changes
Yes.
that occur?
So the
ahead of
first
it?
one for that very first bullet, under right there. So express support for a bilateral ceasefire in Israel and Gaza. Release of all hostages. And unrestricted humanitarian aid at the levels recommended by the UN for the Palestinian people.
Is that it, Trustee Dupree?
Yep, that's it.
I'll accept that as a friendly amendment.
Thank you.
Trustee Muhammad?
Okay, I found it.
hold on a second. Let
Yes,
me
sir.
finish with this one. Period.
Period,
And then strike
and-
the rest, right?
Uh,
Delete the rest.
that's up to y'all. You could leave it there. I feel like it'll be fine if you left it there. Yeah.
I'm okay with striking
Yeah.
the rest.
Was it, okay.
That's cool.
Right.
Okay. You think, can I ask for a friendly amendment?
Sure.
Please do.
Okay, okay. So I did want to include just two parts. So at the second bullet, so condemns hate speech and discrimination. The board firmly condemns any form of hate speech, including all forms of anti-Arab racism, anti-Palestinian racism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and discrimination against any. Hold on.
You're going too fast.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay,
Including all forms of
anti-Arab racism, anti-Palestinian racism. And I saw this from one of the resolutions, I think. Anti-Semitism,
we have
Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, and discrimination against any individual based on personal background, whether Israeli or Palestinian. Okay, whether Israeli or Palestinian. And then with that, we would just need to add in the whereas. Well, let's see, let's hold on. This isn't the result, but with the whereas, so after, and then strike the rest.
Is this right before we move down?
Okay, hold on. I can't read this way. Hold on. Condemns. Board firmly condemns any form of hate speech, including all forms of. Yeah, and then cross out the rest. Yeah.
It was Palestinian, period. And then, oh no, okay.
And then enter. Yeah, so then,
Okay.
so then this would, really address all the people affected, and that's what I would recommend. Well, anti-Semitism.
It's there.
It's okay. And then above for the whereas, what I would recommend is including maybe something similar, but including anti-Arab racism, anti-Palestinian racism.
You're moving too fast again.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Let them get the bullet in.
I believe we heard a call from the crowd about anti-Jewish. What was your feeling about that, Trustee Muhammad?
Anti-Semitism, I don't know if it says, where would you want to, I know we're not supposed to be
right.
Discussing.
There's an extra S after. You might start from the beginning. It's a terrible.
So you're
I actually got this from, I think the county is passing a resolution, and I thought this would be inclusive, at least include the Israeli.
Okay.
And it passed, okay. So I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to talk to the audience, but it included at least Israelis, because there was a way to put it in there, because, they're also impacted. So this is why I just borrowed from the county.
So you're comfortable with that bullet number 2 as it is, no anti-Jewish being added?
That's how they had it in the county,
Okay.
and I think
This is your amendment, so I'm just asking what you want.
I would rather just keep it this
Okay.
way, since they've already passed, they're just taking from their resolution.
This is your amendment, so whatever you want there.
So I don't know if you need to approve that or not, or any discussion, any questions, or any other thoughts.
Trustee Basket?
I just have a clarification.
I just need to read it for a minute, please.
I'm sorry?
I just need to read it.
Can Trustee Basket go while you read?
I would like to discuss why if the board is willing to, is there a reason why we wouldn't add anti-Jewish to this list?
I think we should.
I mean, that's fine. That's okay. I mean,
Then
yeah, we can,
Is Trustee
we
Muhammad
can add it. I'm fine with adding that.
amendment? So if Trustee
Happy to
Muhammad,
accept
I
the
just
friendly
assumed,
amendment
but-
and add anti-Jewish to the list. Thank you.
okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
On the second bullet under the resolved clause, I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters where in the list. I will add it after
I mean, you can put anti-Jewish after
anti-Arab
Islamophobia
racism.
because that would match.
Thank you. And for yeah,
Okay.
Yeah,
that's great. Right
I
there.
mean, that's
Thank you.
fair.
Thank you.
But put anti-Jewish racism.
And Trustee Carahero, you accept that
I
amendment?
accept all those amendments.
Okay. Trustee Basket.
So I just had a clarifying question. Are we proposing all of our changes, additions at one time? And then we were going to resolve, I mean, because I have a few I'd like to add to,
Yes.
but I'm not sure
Yeah.
when or where or how we're doing this, sir. So if you could please
I
help me
think trustees
understand.
are just chiming in little by little with the amendments they want added. If you have some, please feel free to ask Trustee Carahero about a friendly amendment to add your changes.
So again, I'm sorry, I want to clarify. So we're adding and then discussing? Okay. So are we done discussing this then before we go on?
Yes, I think we're set on this one.
Okay. So if I may?
Yes, Trustee Basket.
I'm sorry, I believe Trustee Muhammad had a second.
Oh,
Well, I had another one, but I'm okay with
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to add, and we can add also, and so whereas the rise, so where the whereas, the last whereas, I think it's the,
You know what?
so including, just to make it kind of relate to the resolved, the second bullet. So just including anti-Arab racism, anti-Palestinian racism, we can put anti-Jewish racism, Islamophobia, and anti-Semitism.
Can we take a pause there? I believe it is 11:55. I think we have to
yeah.
vote, decide if we're going to vote to extend the meeting.
I make a motion to extend the meeting.
Second.
By how long?
By how long, Trustee Schmidt?
30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Well, we can
I know. Maybe
finish
we can
before
finish
then,
it.
but I don't know at this board, so 30 minutes.
We have a motion by Trustee Schmidt to extend the meeting 30 minutes. Trustee Dupree, do you still second that amendment? that motion?
Yes.
Okay.
I second it.
Any discussion? All right. Vote, please.
Trustee Gaynor, Trustee Basket,
Yes.
Trustee Dupree,
Yes.
Trustee Muhammad,
Yes.
Trustee Carahero,
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt,
Yes.
President Feaster.
Yes, please.
Motion carries.
All right. I'm sorry, Trustee Muhammad.
It's okay. I didn't realize it was almost midnight. So in the include, if we can just put anti-Arab racism, anti-Palestinian racism, anti-Jewish racism, Islamophobia, and anti-Semitism. And then we can include the same, we can include the same language in the, if it makes it easier in the resolve, to the whereas, if that makes it easier. If it just makes it easier, you can just copy in. Okay. I don't know if you would accept that, or what do you think?
Happy to accept it.
Thank you. Any other? Trustee Basket?
Thank you. So I have two additions to the therefore be it resolved section, and I have two proposed additions to the whereases. Since we are on the resolved, I'll go ahead and add that, Ms. Osinski, if I may. To make it easier, Ms. Osinski, I've sent it via email for you. So this is what I am proposing as presented to us. Understanding its limited role in international affairs, expresses its support for seeking peaceful resolutions to conflicts wherever they may occur, and for emphasizing the importance of protecting human lives and the dignity of all people. I go under, I would add it to the whereases, and I am open as to where it makes the most sense. Yes. I'm sorry, this is the therefore be it resolved section. So I would put it under the first bullet, but I am open for discussion. Should it be accepted, of course, by the person who moved it?
Okay.
Do you mind repeating that again?
Sure. And
Please.
again, Ms. Osinski has it in her email, and so you should hopefully, Ms. Osinski, be able to do a cut and paste. Understanding its limited role in international affairs, expresses its support for seeking peaceful resolutions to conflicts wherever they may occur, and for emphasizing the importance of protecting human lives and the dignity of all people.
I think they want it under the second bullet under the express bullet. Is that correct, Ms. Baskett? That's fine.
That's fine, yes.
Happy to accept.
All right.
Then I have a second.
Please.
Okay.
Nowhere.
So, Ms. Osinski, I've sent this again to you via email. I'm sorry, is there a concern?
That second one needs just something. Is it may have occurred or may occur? Yeah.
Oh, did I left out something? I'm sorry. Trying to type.
I think it was because you said it correctly, and I think it's supposed to be may occur and for emphasizing.
Yes, sorry.
And I think there's a typo there.
Definitely possibility.
Did you have another? Trustee Carey, you accepted that first friendly amendment by Trustee Baskett, correct?
I thought I heard that.
He did.
Yeah, I'll say yes. I accept that. Yeah.
Okay. Trustee Baskett, you said you had another amendment?
Yes, sir, I do. Again, under the whereases, and I think it makes sense to put it, so hard to read this screen. Let me read it, and then we can talk about placement. The addition acknowledges its responsibility, meaning the district, acknowledges its responsibility to provide appropriate tools for teachers. The board commits to providing the necessary professional development and resources to support staff in facilitating respectful, nuanced, and age-appropriate dialogue around culturally sensitive real-world conflicts.
So under the encourages educational dialogue tab?
Yeah, hang on, I got to see the other one. Yes.
Is that fine? Trustee Baskett?
Yes.
Okay.
And again, I'm open for discussion.
I will need the text.
I think what Trustee Baskett is saying is we can put it under the encourages educational dialogue, creating a new tab for that statement that she's referring now.
Again, I'm open for suggestions.
May I make a suggestions and edit?
Sure.
Does it make sense, since that's sort of redundant, that just not have encourages educational dialogue? This is a little more expansive.
Replacing
And
it?
just drop that little 3-word phrase out and just do the board encourages, because you've said encourages educational dialogue, so it's
Sure.
to facilitate informed, respectful dialogue. You still have the word dialogue, encourages.
So you're
and
suggesting striking that pink part.
That's what I would do. I mean,
And then
it's
still
redundant if you
adding,
leave it in.
the acknowledges its responsibility?
Yeah. Ernesto, you teach writing. What do you think about that?
I'm waiting for the version.
Should this section go within the bullet of the board encourages? Is that what you're saying? Or is it a separate bullet?
I was just suggesting it would be in that one, and I would take out the first 3 words, because you're basically saying the same thing with the longer sentence.
The first 3 words where?
It says
trustee?
the board encourages dialogue. You took those 2 words out and you put a board encourages, or encourages educational dialogue. You actually have encourages right there. You talk about dialogue. I mean, to me, it's, leave it there, it's clumsy.
So is this
So is that what you desire? Trustee?
It's a suggestion. I don't know.
No.
That's what I would suggest.
Trustee Carey-Harrell, it's like this is what Trustee Basket is suggesting for a friendly amendment. Take your time and let us know what you think, please.
I just want to clarify that the version that I'm looking at is the version that has all the changes. That
It
I
should be
recommend.
the version that is linked in board docs that you're looking at.
You're looking at
Well,
this.
I'm looking at the editing version on my computer. What I'm asking is whether or not there are any further changes to the language document in front of me. Because we've had a discussion back and forth. We added words, we changed words. So I just want to know before I accept the amendment, is this the language you're talking about?
It's titled draft
It
resolution.
It does. That's what the E up there is.
So I think the question is to Trustee Basket.
Oh, I see.
He's asking, is this what's on the screen, what he is accepting or declining? Correct?
The only thing I would say is consistency across the bullets, lead with action verbs, except for the one above that starts with subject to board. So across the bullets, they all start with verbs, except for the one above that says the board encourages, which have the subject. So I'd recommend for consistency on the bullets that the bullets
what's
start
your-
with all verbs.
So what's your recommendation, sir?
That's a
There
good
it
one,
is.
Trustee Carey-Harrell. Yeah, to have those action verbs that start each one. Yeah, because up above, it would say the board's responsible for bum, 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 each thing.
Given that change, are you accepting that amendment?
I am accepting the amendment, and Ms. Ozinski, I'm a stickler about this. If we can get them all in the same font, that'd be great.
Oh, give her a minute. Come on, show some. It's past midnight. I mean, it is past midnight.
Trustee Muhammad.
Sorry, I promise this is one more. I was going to add, in the title, if that's okay, to put.
Let's hear it.
So a resolution to address, so I want to add a resolution to address hate and discrimination, including anti-Arab racism, anti-Palestinian racism, anti-Jewish racism, Islamophobia and anti-Semitism, and to call for a bilateral ceasefire in Gaza and Israel. Or maybe, or if they're, I'm open. I'm just trying, I know it's long, but I'm trying to add it so it's not, it's.
I would suggest if you'd want to do that, which I'm fine with, put in the hate and discrimination, but leave out the itemized, 'cause
fine.
that's in the
What do you, I'm open to
resolution
suggestion.
itself.
I'm trying to.
If you want to include that
So we
in the
can
title.
remove the middle.
Yeah, and make sure you put "and Israel" after Gaza at the
Yeah,
title.
and then Israel.
Yeah, Trustee, you need to speak in the microphone. I don't think we can hear you over here.
I just am suggesting to add
Yep.
parts of because right now it speaks on both parts, and there's the education piece, but I didn't know how to add that in there. So
I
I'm
think
open to suggestions.
That looks fine, just like that. Yeah, because the list of things made it like really.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
That's fine.
That's fine.
Should it be the other way around? Should it be resolution for bilateral ceasefire to address hate and discrimination?
Oh yeah. That
I like that better.
Yeah.
That reads better.
Are you? Are you?
We're
sorry,
making
I
a
know
friendly
you're
amendment to
slowing-
your friendly amendment?
Yeah, it's a friendly amendment. If Trustee Carey-Harrell is okay with it.
I accept a friendly amendment. There's also a typo on the third to last
That's what they
bullet.
want.
It's probably my fault. I apologize.
So that says something different. I mean, it expresses a different wish than to say, this is a resolution to address hate, saying this is a resolution that the ceasefire is going to address that. And if that's what your intention is, that you think the ceasefires are going to address that, then
Put "and."
I think and between, yeah.
So given that, Trustee Carey-Harrell, do you accept that friendly amendment?
I do.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
Join the crowd. Let's hear it.
Right now.
Aren't we at the official meeting and not a regular meeting, and should the address be changed?
The organizational meeting?
I think we're at a special meeting, actually.
We're at the organization.
We're at an organizational meeting.
It's a long organization.
We have to describe the kind of meeting? Can we just say at a meeting or a public meeting?
Okay. I accept that.
Sure.
Okay.
Alrighty.
The President Feaster, I have two.
Okay. I just
When
want to
you're
make sure
ready.
she gets this before we move forward. So, at a meeting,
So,
Or the organizational meeting, since this is.
whatever you all prefer.
Like-
As long as
That's
it,
fine, long as-
okay, at a public meeting. Thank you for the address change. I think Trustee Muhammad said she had another friendly amendment. Oh, first, did you say you accepted that, Ernesto? Trustee Carrero?
Excuse me?
It's okay.
Yeah, the top part is okay. I'm just going to get in my change. There's a lowercase and a capital A typo on the bottom third bullet under the resolve section.
Okay.
There.
Gotcha. Okay.
Trustee Basket, could I get a real quick one in before yours?
Of
Do you mind?
At the very bottom, Ms. Osinski, and with Trustee Carahos, can we add federal senators and representatives to the list? They somehow got missed.
I will accept that as a friendly amendment as well.
Not all, but our no, our federal AAPS within the AAPS boundaries. I don't know how to.
No.
No. Oh,
Michigan, just put Michigan.
Michigan.
How about federal senators and representatives that represent Ann Arbor Public Schools?
How about Michigan, U.S. senators and
Michigan.
and U.S. representatives?
So you're intending for that to go to, of course, our two senators, Stabenow and Peters, and all representatives in Michigan, not just our local?
well, I was thinking our local, but
You mean
yeah, the way we.
Representative Congresswoman Dingle?
Yeah. Dingle would
You know, I
be
don't
in
think we
this,
have to nitpick the language on this because I think after our long meeting tonight, all the people on this list are going to know.
There, no.
Trustee Carrero, do you accept that friendly amendment from Trustee Gaynor? Yes. Okay. Trustee Basket, then Trustee Muhammad.
I'm sorry?
Trustee Basket, and then Trustee Muhammad.
Okay, thank you. So I wouldn't put local there. I would just put Michigan U.S. senators and I assume Michigan U.S. representatives instead of local.
I choose not to do every.
Yeah, Ms. Osinski.
That's why I said Michigan.
Check out President Michigan Association of School Administrators and hit the return, push that President Michigan Education Association to the next line. Yeah. And take out the comma at the end of President. Or there you go. Yeah.
Yeah. Trustee Muhammad points out we only have one Congress. Right. Senators, Stabenow, Peter. Yeah, whichever way.
Okay. Are there any other? Trustee Basket.
Thank you. So under the whereases, and Ms. Osinski, I've sent this to you in email. Forgive all the possible typos. I'd like to add, so trustees, let me read this and gives Ms. Osinski probably some time to pull it up. Adding, whereas engaging in age-appropriate, nuanced, and culturally sensitive learning through the study of real-world problems is an educational sound practice. And second, whereas the Ann Arbor School District has in place a non-discrimination policy, policy 510. So I'm thinking we add the discrimination policy right before the therefore. I'm sorry, Ms. Osinski, I just know. That one. And trustees, I'm open to suggestions as to putting where to put the where is engaging in age-appropriate nuance and culturally sensitive learning through the study of real-world problems in education.
It looks
Oops.
fantastic. Where's that?
Say again?
It looks very fantastic where it is right now.
If you're happy, I'm happy, trustee.
Make sure trustee Caraharo is. He has to accept the change.
Sure, he's going to want to wait till it's clean. Yeah. Trustee Caraharo, I believe this is what Trustee Basket is proposing as a friendly amendment. Do you accept this friendly amendment?
Yep.
Thank you. Any other changes? Any other changes? Okay, we have a motion that's been seconded. I believe we're ready to vote.
Yeah, thank God.
Motion to adopt the resolution calling for bilateral ceasefire and whatever the other thing that was that we said here. Here it is. Motion calling for a bilateral ceasefire in Gaza and Israel and to address hate and discrimination as amended. Oops. All right. And we're taking the vote. Trustee Gaynor.
Yes.
Trustee Basket.
No.
Trustee Dupree.
Yes.
Trustee Muhammad.
Yes.
Trustee Caraharo.
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt.
Abstain.
And President Feaster.
We can abstain. I'll abstain also.
We're not supposed to.
Motion carries.
I can abstain if I think it's a conflict of interest, and I think it is for the duties of the board.
Well, I agree.
Motion carries.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
We have a couple more items.
So 30 minutes isn't going to be enough, see?
So do we have to do this, though? I mean, we could.
We have to appoint, well, no, we can
Yeah.
figure out who the parliamentarian is at the next meeting. The board committee review, the board has already kind of.
Okay, yeah, since I
talk about
wasn't
that.
expecting to be president, can we push that to the next meeting?
You've got my support.
Well, I'd like to make a motion that we push the rest of the items to the next meeting.
Okay, I support that. Second that.
Let me second.
All right.
You're the president.
Any discussion? Vote then, please.
Can I, 1 second, Schmidt and Feaster? Is that true?
Basket.
I'm going to take it,
sorry.
please, Ms. Osinski.
Basket moved, Schmidt second.
Basket?
No. Schmidt moved.
Made the motion, Basket second.
Basket second.
Okay,
I
here we
apologize.
go. Okay.
He had it.
Move the rest of the items to the next meeting. And we shall vote. Trustee Gaynor.
Yes.
Trustee Basket.
Yes.
Trustee Dupree.
Yes.
Trustee Muhammad.
Yes.
Trustee Caraharo.
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt.
Yes.
President Feaster.
Yes.
Motion carries.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Support.
Any discussion? Time to vote.
Sorry.
Okay.
And that was by Trustee Schmidt and second by Basket.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Correct.
Yes. Okay. Here we go. Trustee Gaynor.
Yes.
Trustee Basket.
Yes.
Trustee Dupree.
Yes.
Trustee Mohammed?
Yes.
Trustee Carey Harrell?
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes.
President Feaster?
Yes,
Motion carries.
Oh.
12:19.
we are adjourned.